The practice session is well underway here, with just over 74 minutes remaining on the clock. Dominic Fovarg is still to set a lap time.
Sometimes you just want to get a feel for the car, do an out lap and an in lap without pushing, check everything is working before really committing to a flying lap.
Down to 65.5 minutes left in practice, and James Allen is another driver yet to put a time on the board.
It's important not to rush in these early sessions. The track surface changes, and you really want to understand the grip levels before you push.
And there it is, Dominic Fovarg setting a quick first lap, a 1:02.739, putting him straight to the top of the leaderboard. Still no time on the board for James Allen, as we tick under 64.5 minutes left in this practice session. Fovarg shaves another 0.3 off his previous best, a 1:02.401, solidifying his provisional pole position.
Finding that extra time is about precision. Every millimeter on the track, every brake application, it all adds up to those crucial tenths.
Greg Sabo also waiting to show his hand, still no lap time from him with 63 minutes and 26 seconds remaining. Another improvement for Fovarg, down to a 1:02.231. He's really dialing it in early. Sabo's still in the garage, perhaps making some adjustments or waiting for optimal track conditions.
Sometimes you just know you need to make changes. It's better to lose a few minutes in the garage and get the car feeling right than to go out and struggle.
Fovarg's 1:02.231 still stands as the fastest time, a strong benchmark for the rest of the field. Over an hour left, and still no sign of Sabo clocking a time. He'll want to get out there soon.
Every lap in practice is valuable, even if it's just to understand the circuit. I always aim to get some laps in early, whatever the setup.
Martin Mull also on the list of drivers without a time, as we approach the 1-hour mark in practice.
It's not uncommon for some teams to run different strategies in practice, but you still want to gather that initial data.
And there's Greg Sabo, finally on the board with a 104.393, slotting into second position.
A solid opening lap. It's a baseline, now they can start to fine-tune and really push to find that pace.
James Allen still keeping his cards close to his chest, yet to post a time as practice continues. Szabo's time remains, but he slipped down to third as other drivers start to put in their laps. A sensational lap from Martin Mole, 102.149, straight to the top of the leaderboard, displacing Fovard.
That's how you make a statement. To come out and immediately set the fastest time, it shows real confidence in the car and the setup.
Allen's still holding out. We're getting close to the 58-minute mark now.
It's a long session, but at some point, you need to get the tires scrubbed in and feel out the limits.
Fovard now in second place, his earlier quick lap just a fraction slower than Mole's new benchmark. Mole's time holding firm at the top. The rest of the field now chasing his 102.149. Elliot Norton also yet to join the timed action. The garage must be busy for him.
Sometimes the engineers are still fine-tuning things, making sure everything is perfect before the car hits the track.
Mole continues to lead the pack as we approach 56 minutes left in this practice session. Fovard still P2, just 82 thousandths separating him from Mole at the top. Norden still to appear on the timesheets. Over 55 minutes gone now.
He'll be eager to get out there. Every driver wants to get a baseline and start pushing.
Martin Mole finds another gear, a stunning 101.378, he extends his lead significantly.
Wow, that's a serious step up. He's really finding the rhythm and pushing the limits of the car. That's a confident run.
Jimmy Lindo also patiently waiting, no time set yet as Mole dominates the early running. Mole's incredible 101.378 firmly establishes him as the one to beat right now. Lindo remains in the garage, perhaps they're waiting for the track to rubber and further. Fovard now in third, his previous best lap pushed down as Mole found significant pace.
It's a testament to Mole's lap that Fovard, who was fast, is now over 8/10 back.
Mole is looking incredibly strong in this session, his time still untouchable.
He's extracting every bit of performance. When the car feels like that, you just want to keep pushing.
Sabo drops to fourth as other drivers start to put in faster times. He'll need to find some pace. Here's Elliot Norden, his first time lap, a 102.097, putting him straight into second place.
What an entrance. That's a fantastic effort on his first proper run, showing he means business.
John Boontakis is another driver yet to log a lap time. We're ticking under 50 minutes remaining. Sabo improves. A 102.899 moves him back up to 4th, a much better showing. Still no time from Buntakis, as the track continues to get busier and times tumble. Szabo's time holds him in 4th. He's found some decent pace there after his earlier struggles. And Buntakis is out. A 103.059 puts him straight into 5th place on his first attempt. Mole's incredible lap time is still the one to beat, remaining well clear of the rest of the field.
He really put everything together on that lap. It's an aggressive but controlled effort.
Lindo is now the only driver yet to set a time, as everyone else has now joined the session properly.
He's definitely cutting it fine. You need track time to evaluate changes and build confidence.
Mole continues to command the top spot, his 101.378 looking very strong. Still no lap time for Jimmy Lindo. The clock is ticking down, 46 minutes remain.
You start to wonder what's happening. Is it a technical issue, or a very patient strategy?
Mole is looking utterly dominant out there, his lead still over 0.7 of a second. Buntakis holds on to 5th, a good start to his session after waiting to get out.
It's always satisfying to put in a competitive time right away, especially on a cold tire.
Fovard remains in third place, still looking to close that gap to Mole. Mole's lap is simply sublime, no one has come close to challenging it yet. Fovard still P3, consistently quick but needs to find that extra step. More than half the session gone, and Jimmy Lindo still hasn't logged a time. This is unusual. Boontakas improves, a 102.317, that's a good step forward, moving him up to fourth. Mole's lap is still holding up remarkably well. It was truly a statement lap. Fovard remains locked into third, unable to improve on his earlier effort so far.
Sometimes you just can't extract more from the car on a particular setup. He might be waiting for changes.
Finally, Jimmy Lindo is on the board, a 102.649, putting him into fifth position with his first flying lap. Fovard still P3, unable to find that critical extra pace that Mole showed. Lindo holds fifth after his first time run, a decent benchmark to build from. Boontakas remaining in 4th, a very respectable effort so far for him. Sabo drops to 6th as Lindo joins the action, but still in a strong position in the top half.
It's a competitive field. You can't just set a time and relax. Everyone is constantly looking for improvements.
Mole's time is standing tall, almost unassailable at this point in the session.
He's made his statement, and now everyone else is playing catch-up. That's a huge psychological advantage.
Boontakas still in P4, a strong showing and close to Fovard's 3rd place. Mole is just sensational, his 101.378 looks good for quite a while yet. Lindo is holding 5th, a decent first-timed effort, but he'll want to find more pace.
Now that he's got a reference, he can start to attack certain corners and see where the car gives him more.
Fovard improves, a 102.096, and that jumps him up to 2nd position. Sabo drops to 6th, with Fovard's improvement pushing him down a spot. Lindo is still in 5th, but the gap to the front is growing as others find pace. Remarkably, James Allen is still yet to record a lap time. That's a significant amount of the session gone. Lindo holds 5th place. He'll want to get back out there and improve soon.
He needs to start chipping away at that time. Other drivers are finding pace, so standing still means falling back.
Niall Gagan is another driver yet to emerge with a time lap. We're well past the halfway point. Daniel Kochish also hasn't set a time. A lot of patience being shown by some teams today. Boontakis maintains P4, his earlier lap still good enough to keep him firmly in the top 5. Lindo drops to 7th place as others start to find their rhythm and post faster times.
This is where it gets tough. You need to react quickly to what others are doing and push the car harder.
Gagan's still in the garage, less than 31.5 minutes left now. Sabo improves, a 102.636, that's a good step forward, moving him up to 6th position. And James Allen finally sets a time. A very impressive 102.443, straight into 5th place.
He clearly had a plan and executed it well. That's a strong opening statement after such a long wait.
Norton still sits comfortably in 3rd place, his earlier lap holding strong.
He put in a really clean lap there. It's difficult to find improvements when you've already extracted so much from the car.
Sabo drops to 7th, Allen's strong entry pushes him down the order. And Niall Gagan finally puts a time on the board, a 1:03.159, into 8th position. Norton's third place is looking solid, well within reach of Fovarg in second. Sabo remains in 7th, still aiming to climb back up the leaderboard. Rich Snape is another driver who has not yet recorded a time lap. Very late in the session for him to appear.
There's not a lot of time left for him to get up to speed. He'll have to push quickly.
Fovarg still in second, just over 7/10 back from Mole, a significant gap to close.
He's been consistent, but finding that extra bit of pace is going to be a real challenge against Mole's current form.
Maximilian Turbin is another name yet to appear on the timesheets. The grid is slowly filling out. Sabo drops to 8th position. The mid-pack is incredibly tight right now. Norton holding firm in 3rd, showing strong pace in this session.
He really doesn't have much further to go to challenge Fovarg. A clean run could easily see him move up.
Daniel Kochish sets his first lap, a 1:03.042, placing him in 10th position. Allen drops a few spots as more drivers post times, now in 9th. Kocic improves his time to a 1:02.883, but he remains in 10th place.
Every 10th counts, but he's still got a bit to find to get into that top half of the grid.
Jody Fannin is another driver we're waiting to see on the timesheets, with just under 23 minutes left in practice.
He's really cutting it fine. You need to get some laps in to understand the tire degradation and how the car feels with fuel.
Lindo finds significant pace, a 1:02.178, rocketing him up to 5th position. Neil Constable Barry is yet to make an appearance, very few drivers left to post a time now. Kocic holding P10, his improved lap keeping him in the top 10 as the session winds down. Maximilian Turbin with a huge statement. His first lap is a 1:02.026, straight into 3rd position. Allen drops further down to 9th, as more drivers make their presence known on the leaderboard. Kocic holding on to that 10th spot for now. The midfield is getting very close. Lindo finds even more pace, a 1:01.883, that is a superb lap, putting him into 3rd.
He's really building into this session. That's a confident drive, now within a half second of Mole. Jareth Hallam's first lap, a strong 1:02.052, puts him immediately into 5th position.
Sabo improves, a 102.305, but he remains in 8th as the field closes up. Allen drops to 10th, a surprising position for him given his earlier pace.
The track's evolving, and others are just finding that extra grip now. He'll need another run soon.
Constable Barry finally sets a time, a 103.307, placing him in 15th spot. Boontakas has fallen to 10th as more drivers find pace. The leaderboard is shifting rapidly. Norton improves, a 102.044, but he actually drops to 7th as others are much faster.
It shows how quickly things are changing. You can improve your time and still lose positions.
David Constable Barry with his first time lap, a 102.244, straight into 10th position. Norton finds more pace, a 101.943, still in 7th but a significant improvement.
He's chipping away at it. That's a good step forward, trying to break into that top 6.
Sabo drops to 11th. He's finding it tough to hold his ground in this competitive session. Nigel Walters, first time lap and straight into 5th, a 101.875. Jody Fannin is still yet to appear. He's really cutting it down to the wire now.
He's going to have a very short window to get a representative lap in. It's a lot of pressure for a first run.
Lindo drops to 6th, Walters' blistering debut lap pushing him down. Walters holding strong in 5th. What a debut lap from him.
To come out that late and immediately be in the top 5, it just shows he's found the sweet spot quickly.
John Astrup on the board for the first time, a 102.340, placing him in 13th. Constable Barry maintaining his position in 10th, a solid effort for his first run. Elliot Norton leaps into second, a fantastic 101.660, splitting Mole and the rest. Philip Kunz sets his first time, a 103.389, putting him into 17th. Adam Tiaz is another late starter, still no time from him with under 10 minutes remaining. Mole's leading time is still holding up, but Norton is now a lot closer. Kunz improves his lap, a 103.171, but he remains in 17th place. And Adam Tiaz finally on the board, a 103.153, straight into 17th spot.
He's got a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time if he wants to climb up the order.
Fovarg improves to a 101.738, moving him up into third, very close to Norton. Turbin improves his time to a 101.807, maintaining his strong position in fourth.
He's really showing his pace consistently in that leading group. He's comfortable with the car.
Kocic finds some pace, a 102.344, but drops to 14th with the rapidly improving times. Fovarg holds third, just a tenth off Norton now. It's getting very tight at the front. Astrup improves significantly, a 101.913, that rockets him up to 8th position. Constable Barry also improves, a 101.932, but he falls to 10th as the times get faster. Boontakas improves his time to a 101.924, moving him into 9th position.
This final 5 minutes is where everyone pushes. Track conditions are at their best, and everyone is trying to make a final statement.
Sabo drops to 13th. He's struggling to match the pace of these late improvements. Hallam makes a big jump, a 101.844, putting him into 5th position.
He's really found something on that lap. He's right in amongst the action at the sharp end.
Turbin remains in 4th, his earlier rapid lap holding strong for now. Hallam drops to 6th as others make their improvements. This is getting hectic. Allen improves to a 102.268, but that only moves him to 12th. The pace is incredible.
It's so tight. A couple of tenths can mean a huge difference in position in these closing minutes.
Hallam holding on to 6th, still a very strong showing from him.
He's made a great step there. Now it's about seeing if he can maintain or improve against the clock.
Joel Lemrick is the final driver yet to set a time. Less than 3 minutes left in this session, he's cutting it incredibly fine.
This is really unusual. To not have a single lap in, it suggests there might be a significant issue, or they're just not planning to run.
Gagan improves to a 102.730, but he's still down in 17th position. Turbin drops to 5th. The top positions are changing almost lap by lap now. Rich Snape finally emerges, a 101.986, a strong first lap putting him into 11th. Martin Mull finds even more pace at the very end of the session. A 101.246, extending his lead and cementing his top spot.
That's how you finish a session. To pull out a lap like that when everyone else is pushing, it really sends a message.
And with just seconds left, Joel Lemrick will end the session without a time lap. James Allen holds on to 12th, but the session is rapidly coming to an end. Just 1 minute left on the clock for this practice session, and Joel Lemrick is still to set a time.
He won't be getting a representative lap in now. That's a huge disadvantage heading into the competitive sessions.
The green flag is out for qualifying, 19 minutes 50 seconds remaining, and Joel Lemrick is still in the garage, no lap time set yet.
This early part of the session is often about getting a feel for the car and track, shaking off the nerves before the real push.
And James Allen also yet to register a time, with 19 minutes 18 seconds remaining on the clock for this qualifying session. Josh Daw completes the list of those without a time so far, 18 minutes 46 seconds left in qualifying. Lemrick still waiting to set a time, the clock ticking down to 18 minutes 39 seconds remaining in qualifying.
Sometimes you're just looking for that perfect window, clear track ahead, or maybe a setup adjustment, but you can't leave it too late.
Joel Lemrick completes his first lap, but that 0.000 doesn't register a time on the board just yet, still P22. Maximilian Turbin is another driver yet to put a time on the board, with 17 minutes 33 seconds left in qualifying. Jareth Hallam is pushing hard, already P3 with a 1:02.404, and even faster on this current lap, looking to improve with 17 minutes 25 seconds remaining. Greg Sabo is still in the pits, no time set yet for the number 17 car. Joel Lemrick still has not registered a competitive lap time, 17 minutes and 8 seconds remain in qualifying. And there it is, Joel Lemrick finally puts in a time, a 1:02.708, slotting into P7. Maximilian Turbin immediately into the top 6 with a 1:02.366, currently running slightly slower than that time but still a strong opening. Neil Constable Barry in P12 but absolutely flying on this current lap, half a second up on his personal best. Greg Sabo is still in the garage, no time recorded yet with 16 minutes 16 seconds remaining. Josh Daw is on a flyer, P14 currently, but he's almost a second quicker on this lap, really digging deep for an improvement.
Nearly a second faster means he's found a lot of pace, maybe he's got the tires warmed up perfectly, or perhaps he's just building confidence with each passing corner.
And Josh Daw capitalizes on that pace, a 1:02.161, jumping up to P7. A massive improvement for him.
That's exactly what you want to see. He knew he had the pace, put it all together, and that confidence translated into serious time on the board.
Maximilian Turbin now down to P12, but he's pushing again, showing a small improvement on his current run. Jareth Hallam slides down to P13, not finding the pace on this lap, just a hundredth off his previous best.
You've got to find every bit of track, every bit of grip. Sometimes a tiny overcorrection, or missing an apex by a hair, can make all the difference to the delta.
Martin Mull absolutely flying, a 1:01.418 puts him P1, and he's matching that incredible pace on his current lap with 15 minutes 3 seconds to go. Joel Lemerick, currently P16, is pushing hard again, almost 4/10 up on his best time and looking to climb the order. Despite that promising delta, Joel Lemerick doesn't improve his time on that lap, remaining P16 with 14 minutes 34 seconds remaining. Jareth Hallam is finding more pace, 0.12 seconds up on his best time on this lap, currently P14.
You always look for those small gains, just a tenth here, a tenth there, it's what separates a good lap from a great one.
Adam T is down in P19, but he's showing signs of improvement on his current run, trying to pull himself up the standings. Adam Tias crosses the line, but no improvement on that lap for the P19 driver, still a 104.011 is his best.
Sometimes you can be up in the first sector, lose it in the second, and make it up in the third, but if one section isn't perfect, the whole lap suffers.
Neil Constable Barry is on a charge, P14 right now, but he's 3.5 up on his personal best, a strong lap in progress. Despite being up through the sectors, Neil Constable Barry doesn't find the improvement at the line, staying P14 with 102.351.
It's incredibly frustrating when that happens. You're giving it everything, seeing green deltas, and then just miss it by the smallest margin right at the end.
Nico Vaughn is currently P19, but he's making a serious effort on this lap, over 3/10 up on his best time.
He knows he needs to find some pace, and he's definitely pushing the limits of the car and the track right now.
David Constable Barry, P5, is shaving off even more time, showing an improvement of 0.08 on this lap.
Every single hundredth counts when you're battling at the top. You have to extract everything from the car on every single lap.
Nico Vaughn improves, a 102.939, but that still places him down in P20, matching his best time on that run. Jody Fannin in P18, but a strong showing on this current lap, almost 3/10 up on his best. James Allen is building pace, currently P13, but he's already a quarter of a second up on his personal best on this lap. And James Allen delivers, a 101.926, that moves him right up into P5, a fantastic lap for him.
That's what you call putting it all together. The car, the driver, the track, all working in harmony to find that extra speed.
Phil Bodkin is currently P23 with a 105.994, matching that time on his current run, with just under 11.5 minutes left.
You really need to be finding time in chunks, not just matching, especially if you're trying to move up from the back of the grid.
Elliot Norton is already P10, and he's almost 4/10 faster on this lap, really pushing for a top spot. Despite the strong delta, Elliot Norton doesn't improve his time, remaining P10 with his 101.983.
It's so easy to push just a fraction too hard in one corner, lose that small gain, and then it's gone. Consistency is key in qualifying.
James Allen again looking to improve, P5 at the moment, and he's 2/10 up on his best lap already. Daniel Kochish, currently P16, is really making a statement, almost half a second up on his best lap, looking for a big move up the order. No improvement at the line for Daniel Kochish, despite the strong delta, he remains P16 with 102.329. John Boontakis is currently P18, trying to chip away at his time, showing a tenth and a bit faster on this lap.
Every little bit helps at this stage. You don't want to be caught out when others find their rhythm later in the session.
James Allen improves again, a 101.740 moves him up to P4, and he's still finding more pace on his current lap, another tenth and a half up. Phil Bodkin with a big jump, a 103.011 puts him P21, but he's almost half a second faster on this next lap, a huge effort underway.
He really needs that, he's been struggling to find a clear lap. If he can maintain that delta, he'll make a big move up the grid.
Niall Gagan currently sits in P22 with a 102.981, and he's matching that pace on his current lap with just over 9.5 minutes left.
You always want to be finding those extra tenths, not just repeating your previous best. He'll need to dig deeper if he wants to move up.
Elliot Norton is back out there, P10, and he's 2.5 tenths up on his best time on this current flying lap. Jareth Hallam, now P12, is looking to improve, showing a strong delta of 0.13 seconds faster on this lap.
He's finding those incremental gains. Sometimes that's all you need to jump a few spots when the grid is this tight.
Josh Daw has fallen to P15, but he's already nearly 2 tenths up on his personal best on this current lap. Josh Daw crosses the line, but no improvement for the number 11 car, still P15 with a 102.161. Adam Tiaz is now P16 with a 102.211, and he's showing an improvement of almost 2 tenths on his current lap. Adam Tiaz delivers a strong lap, a 101.898, that rockets him up into P8, a great performance.
He really found his rhythm there. That's the kind of lap that can change your whole qualifying session, putting him in a much stronger position.
Nico Vaughn, P22, is pushing hard, showing a 2/10 improvement on his current lap, looking for a way out of the back. Jody Fannin has put in a 101.944, slotting into P11, and he's finding another 900ths on his current attempt.
He's knocking on the door of that top 10. Every little improvement helps in this incredibly competitive field.
Nigel Walters, currently P5, is looking to improve on his 101.700, showing a tenth faster on this current lap.
He's definitely found some confidence on this run. Once you have that, you can really start attacking the track.
Tim Weller has a 102.565, placing him P20, but he's losing pace on this lap, over 4 tenths slower than his best.
He might be on an out lap or aborted that one. Sometimes it's better to reset and go for a completely fresh lap, rather than try to recover a lost one.
Nigel Walters improves dramatically, a 101.501, that puts him into P3, matching that time on his current lap. Nico Vaughn again trying to improve, P22, and he's showing over 3 tenths quicker on this lap, a good effort coming. Nico Vaughn finds some pace, a 102.564, that pulls him up to P20, a good step forward for him.
He really needed that. When you're towards the back, every tenth you can find is vital to clawing your way back into contention.
David Constable Barry, now P11, is showing an improvement of 900ths on his current lap, looking for more.
This late in the session, every driver is pushing. You have to risk a little more to find that crucial time.
Tim Weller improves to a 102.426, putting him P20, but he's fractionally slower on this current lap. Jareth Hallam moves into P8 with a 101.893, and he's still pushing, over a tenth up on his best on this current run. Jody Fannin, P12, is looking strong, almost 4 tenths up on his best time and really finding some pace out there. David Constable Barry improves to a 101.856, moving into P8, And he's still pushing, a tenth faster on this lap with under 5 minutes left.
This is crunch time. With the clock ticking down, finding that extra tenth on every single lap is what separates pole from a midfield start.
Elliot Norton leaps into P4 with a 101.518, and he's not done yet, another tenth faster on his current lap. Elliot Norton with an absolutely stunning lap, a 101.305, that puts him on provisional pole position with just 4 minutes 25 seconds left. Phil Bodkin improves to a 102.327 P18, and he's showing another tenth faster on his current attempt. Josh Daw has dropped to P17, but he's finding pace, showing a 0.15 second improvement on this flying lap.
He's got to make this one count. The track is at its fastest, but also getting crowded now. He needs clear air.
Neil Constable Barry is P19, but he's on a serious charge, over 2 tenths up on his best time on this crucial lap. Josh Daw with a stunning improvement, a 101.835, jumping up to P9. And he's already 3 tenths faster on this next lap, incredible pace. Absolutely incredible from Josh Daw, a 101.450, that's P3. What a late charge in this session. Daniel Kochish has improved to a 102.096 P16, and he's over 3 tenths faster on this current lap, a huge push coming.
He's really putting the hammer down. These closing minutes are where the real qualifying heroes emerge. He'll want to be one of them.
Despite a strong delta, Daniel Kochish can't improve his time, remaining P16 with 102.096. Nigel Walters, currently P5, is struggling on this lap, over a tenth and a half down on his best time.
He might have pushed too hard or hit some traffic. It's so easy to spoil a lap when you're going for maximum attack.
Jimmy Lindo, P11, is making a late charge, over a tenth faster on his current lap, trying to break into the top 10. Jimmy Lindo improves, a 101.798, that moves him up to P10, a great improvement in the final moments.
That's a fantastic effort under pressure. He had to deliver, and he did, putting him in a much better position for tomorrow's race.
Niall Gagan improves his time to a 102.601, but he's still P22, matching that pace on this current run. David Constable Barry, P11, is 700ths down on his best time on this current lap, not finding the improvement he needs.
Every lap has to be perfect. The tires are at their peak, fuel load is low, it's just about stringing together those final sectors.
Rich Snape, P14, is on a hot lap, finding another 600ths of a second on his personal best with just over a minute left.
These are those critical moments. You're pushing everything to the absolute limit, trying to find those tiny fractions that can make all the difference.
Nigel Walters, P5, is just slightly off his best pace on this current lap, 400ths down, with under a minute left. James Allen improves his time to a 101.573, placing him P6, and he's still pushing, a tenth and a bit up on this current lap.
He's really on a mission now. With the clock ticking down, every driver is on the edge, trying to snatch those last second improvements.
Rich Snape is making a huge late push, P14 right now, but he's almost 3 tenths up on his best time on this final flying lap. Rich Snape crosses the line, but despite being so far up, he doesn't improve his time, remaining P14 with 101.937 as the session clock hits 1 second.
You feel that in your gut when you don't put it together. He was on a great lap, but sometimes you just push that fraction too hard or miss a final apex.
Jareth Hallam, currently P10 with a 101.794, is absolutely flying. He's over 2/10 up on his best time on this critical final lap.
These are the moments you live for in qualifying. Everything on the line, pushing the car to its absolute limits, trying to find that last bit of speed.
Nigel Walters, P5, is on a phenomenal lap, almost a quarter of a second up on his best time with just 40 seconds left.
This is it, the very last gasp of the session. You have to risk everything on a lap like this, pushing right to the absolute limit. I remember those final seconds, heart-pounding.
Elliot Norton, who currently holds provisional pole, is well off the pace on this lap, over 11 seconds slower, perhaps an issue or an aborted run. Starting from 13th on the grid, it's John Astrup from New Zealand, piloting the Honda Civic Type REP3 track, a pro-class contender. Elliot Norton from the United Kingdom claims pole position today in his Honda Civic Type REP3 track, representing the Pro-Am class. Lining up alongside Norton on the front row, in second position, it's Martin Mol from the Netherlands, driving the Honda Civic Type REP3 track, a pro-class driver.
He'll be looking to put pressure on Norton from the very first corner. That P2 starting spot is a prime attacking position.
Maximilian Turbin, also from England, starts 4th in his Honda Civic Type REP3 track, another Pro-Am class driver. Nigel Walters from the United Kingdom rounds out the top 5 in his Honda Civic Type REP3 track, an AM class competitor.
5th is a great spot, especially for an AM driver. It puts him right in the mix without being too exposed on the opening lap.
Gareth Hallam, another UK driver, starts from 6th, piloting his Honda Civic Type REP3 track, representing the Pro-Am class.
He's got a good view of the front runners from there and could certainly make some moves early on. 6th is often a strategic place to start.
7th on the grid, it's James Allen from the United Kingdom, in his Honda Civic Type REP3 track, another Pro-Am class driver.
Allen will want to watch the initial battle ahead and pick his moments. Being just outside the top 6 can be an advantage as things settle.
From 9th position, we have Dominic Fovard from the United Kingdom, driving a Honda Civic Type REP3 track, a Pro-Am class driver.
He's got some ground to make up, but 9th isn't out of touch. I've often found you can find good clear air from that spot if the cars ahead tangle.
Starting from 11th, it's David Constable Barry from England, in his Honda Civic Type REP3 track, another Pro-Am class entry. Adam Tiaz, another AM class driver, starts from 12th position, driving the Honda Civic Type REP3 track.
He'll be looking to make up places, but also aware of the faster Pro and Pro-Am drivers around him. It's a tricky balance in the middle of the pack.
Rich Snape, another AM class driver, lines up 14th on the grid in his Honda Civic Type REP3 track.
He's got a real challenge ahead, but if he can stay clean and consistent, those points can still add up in the AM category.
Daniel Kosic from Hungary starts from 15th position, driving the Honda Civic Type REP3 track, an AM class driver. Chris Stokes from England starts from 16th in his Honda Civic Type REP3 track, a Pro-Am class driver.
He's definitely got work to do from down there, but a good start and some smart overtakes could see him climb quickly.
John Boontakis from Greece will start from 17th, another AM class driver in a Honda Civic Type REP3 track.
He's at the very back of the grid, so the focus will be on getting a clean run through the first few corners and then finding a rhythm.
And we are underway, though it's a formation lap under the safety car to begin this race.
This is crucial time for the drivers to warm up the tires and brakes, even with the safety car. It's about getting everything absolutely ready for the green flag.
The cars are strung out behind the safety car now, getting those vital tire temperatures up before racing begins.
Even under the safety car, you're constantly working the wheel, checking mirrors, feeling the car. It's not a relaxed lap by any means.
Safety car in this lap.
Still following the safety car, the field is maintaining position, building anticipation for the start.
Every driver will be mentally rehearsing that first corner, figuring out their attack plan or defense strategy for when the lights go out.
The safety car continues to lead the field around. The tension is building on this formation lap.
This is where you're fine-tuning everything, checking your brake bias, making sure the steering feels right. Every little detail matters.
Not much longer until we get the green flag. These drivers will be itching to get racing.
You're feeling the grip, anticipating that bite point on the clutch for the real start.
Let's go.
It's a mental game as much as physical.
The lights are out, and we are racing. David Constable Barry has gained a place, now in 10th, just 3/10 behind Dominic Fovarg in 9th. Down in 20th, Nico Vaughn is just 2/10 off Tim Weller, who is in 19th on lap 1. Nico Vaughn remains in 20th, but the gap to Tim Weller in 19th has stretched to half a second.
That's a small but important change. Weller has found a bit of pace and put some breathing room between them.
Early on here, it's interesting to see how quickly the field is already starting to string out.
Those first few laps are incredibly intense. Everyone is pushing to gain position, but also trying to avoid contact. It's a fine line.
We've seen some of the Pro-Am drivers holding their own surprisingly well in these initial moments.
Absolutely. Sometimes, starting slightly further back in a different class can actually give you a cleaner run if the top 10 get tangled. I've used that to my advantage many times.
The Honda Civic Type REP3 seems to be quite a balanced car across all classes today, not seeing huge performance disparities yet.
That's often down to a well-matched control package. It forces the driver to really make the difference, which is what we love to see.
On lap 2, Neil Constable Barry is in 17th, just a tenth of a second behind Chris Stokes in 16th, a very tight battle there. Neil Constable Barry has dropped to 18th, and the gap to Chris Stokes, now in 15th, has opened up to 1.8 seconds. That change in position and gap for Neil Constable Barry shows just how quickly things can change in this type of racing.
Absolutely. One small mistake, a less than optimal exit from a corner, and suddenly a tenth becomes a second. It's unforgiving out there.
It's about maintaining that consistent pace, even when you're battling directly with another car.
Exactly. In my career, the toughest part was always the mental discipline to keep hitting your marks when someone is right on your gearbox. It's relentless pressure.
We're still early in the race, so there's plenty of time for drivers to recover or lose ground.
Long races are won by minimizing errors and maximizing every single lap, not just the spectacular overtakes. Consistency is key.
Daniel Kosic is flying up into 9th on lap 3, with John Astrup breathing down his neck, just a tenth behind in 10th.
That's an impressive climb for Kosic. Holding off Astrup with such a small margin will take immense focus right now.
Daniel Kosic remains in 9th, stretching his lead over John Astrup in 10th slightly to 0.2 of a second.
He's managed to consolidate that position, even if it's just by a tiny margin. That second tenth can feel like a mile when you're under pressure.
Dominic Fovarg is down in 15th, on lap 3, trailing Joel Lemrick in 14th by 0.2 of a second. Fovarg holds 15th, but Joel Lemrick ahead in 14th has edged out to a 0.3 lead.
Lemrick is just finding a tiny bit more out of that car, enough to make it difficult for Fovarg to launch an attack.
Greg Sabo is in 18th on lap 4, just a tenth behind Niall Gagan in 17th. Another close fight. Sabo remains in 18th, but Niall Gagan in 17th has opened the gap to 0.4 of a second. Jareth Hallam is now in 15th, just a tenth behind Dominic Fovarg in 14th on lap 4.
Hallam is really pushing here. That close gap suggests an overtake attempt could be imminent.
Jareth Hallam holds 15th, but Fovarg in 14th has pulled out to a 0.4 lead.
He couldn't make the move there. Fovarg likely defended well, forcing Hallam to drop back slightly and reset for another attempt.
Chris Stokes is up to 11th on lap 5, just 0.3 behind Rich Snape in 10th. Stokes remains 11th, with the gap to Rich Snape in 10th still holding at 0.3.
He's keeping the pressure on. Snape won't be able to relax with Stokes breathing down his neck like that.
Daniel Kosic is in 8th, nose to tail with Adam Tias in 7th, literally 0.0 seconds between them. Daniel Kosic has made the pass, now up to 7th, with Adam Tias right behind him in 8th, still 0 separation. Dominic Fovarg is in 13th on lap 6, just a tenth off David Constable Barry in 12th.
That's incredibly close. Fovarg is right there, pushing for an overtake. That 0.1 second gap means he's practically glued to the rear bumper.
Dominic Fovarg has fallen back to 14th, now 6 tenths behind David Constable Barry, who holds 12th. Dominic Fovarg has gained a place, now in 13th, still 6 tenths behind David Constable Barry in 12th.
He's made a move on someone else, but that gap to Constable Barry remains stubborn. He'll have to find a bit more pace to close it down.
Tim Weller is in 22nd on lap 6, 3 tenths adrift of John Boontakis in 21st. Weller is still 22nd, but has managed to close the gap slightly to John Boontakis in 21st, now just 2 tenths.
He's finding a bit more pace there. Every tenth matters when you're trying to make up ground, especially at the back of the field.
Phil Bodkin is in 20th on lap 7, 3 tenths behind Neil Constable Barry in 19th.
He's got a good target ahead. 3 tenths is definitely within striking distance if he can get a good run out of a corner.
Bodkin remains in 20th, but the gap to Neil Constable Barry in 19th has opened up to 4 tenths. John Astrup, currently in 15th, has made an early pit stop on lap 7.
That's an interesting strategy this early in the race. They must be thinking about track position for later, or perhaps dealing with a small issue.
Nico Vaughn is in 17th on lap 8, 3 tenths behind Greg Sabo in 16th.
He's really closing in on Sabo there. That's a battle to watch, especially if they hit traffic from the pitters.
Vaughn remains 17th, but the gap to Greg Sabo in 16th has increased to 4 tenths. Neil Constable Barry is in 18th on lap 8, 2 tenths behind Nico Vaughn in 17th. Constable Barry holds 18th, but Nico Vaughn in 17th has opened the gap slightly to 3 tenths.
He just can't quite get on terms. That extra tenth can be a real psychological barrier when you're trying to make a pass.
We're seeing a lot of these battles where the gap is just 2 or 3 tenths. It's incredibly close racing throughout the field.
Those small margins are the hardest to overcome. You're right on the limit, and finding that extra tenth or two without overdriving can be incredibly difficult.
And Astrup's early pit stop, that's still something to keep an eye on. How will that play out over the longer race distance?
It's a gamble. You're hoping to get out into clean air, make up time, and then rely on others hitting traffic or having less efficient stops later. It requires perfect execution.
The mental game must be immense for these drivers, constantly pushing but also needing to be precise.
It absolutely is. You can't switch off for a second. Every corner, every brake zone, you're calculating. That mental fatigue builds up just as fast as the physical.
John Boontakis is in 18th on lap 9, just 2 tenths behind Neil Constable Barry in 17th.
He's really found some pace there to close that gap. That's a great battle for position at the back.
Boontakis holds 18th, but the gap to Neil Constable Barry in 17th has opened slightly to 3 tenths.
Constable Barry has just managed to respond, finding that extra bit of speed to keep Boontakis at bay for now.
David Constable Barry is in 12th on lap 10, just 2 tenths behind Chris Stokes in 11th. David Constable Barry has gained a position, now in 11th, though Chris Stokes in 10th has edged the gap to 3 tenths. John Boontakis is up to 17th on lap 10, just 2 tenths behind Neil Constable Barry in 16th. Boontakas holds 17th, but Neil Constable Barry in 16th has stretched his advantage to 3/10. Jimmy Lindo is in 21st on lap 11, just 2/10 behind Tim Weller in 20th.
He's really pushing hard to get out of that last position. 2/10 is a definite attacking distance for Lindo.
Jimmy Lindo has made the move. He's now up to 20th, with Tim Weller just 3/10 behind in 21st.
Great execution from Lindo there. That's a good example of how those small gaps can lead to an overtake when the opportunity finally presents itself.
These tight battles we're seeing, 2 and 3/10 apart, they're happening all over the track, not just at the front.
It's relentless for the drivers. Every time you think you've pulled away, someone is right back on your gearbox. It really wears you down over a long race.
And we're still keeping an eye on Astrup, who pitted early. It's a brave move in a race this long.
It is. You're betting on a clear track and consistent pace, hoping others get caught up. But if you hit traffic, that advantage can vanish instantly.
The consistency of the Honda Civic Type R EP3s also means there are no easy gaps to exploit.
That's right. The car isn't going to bail you out. It's all down to driver skill and precision. That's what makes this category so competitive.
Nico Vaughn is in 18th on lap 12, with Phil Botkin just 2/10 behind in 19th. Vaughn holds 18th, and has managed to stretch the gap to Phil Botkin in 19th to half a second. That little bit of extra space for Vaughn, gaining 3/10, can feel like a huge relief to a driver.
Oh, absolutely. It allows you to breathe for a moment, focus on hitting your apexes, rather than constantly defending. It's a small victory.
We're starting to get into the rhythm of the race now, with drivers settling into their pace, but the battles remain fierce.
This middle section of the race is where the true endurance comes into play. It's not just about raw speed, but about consistency and managing the car and tires.
It's interesting to see how the gaps fluctuate. Sometimes they close, sometimes they open, but rarely by a huge amount.
That tells you everyone is pushing at or near their maximum. There aren't many places to hide, and any mistake is immediately capitalized on by the car behind.
Nico Vaughn has dropped to 19th on lap 13, 3/10 behind Jimmy Lindo in 18th. Vaughn remains 19th, but Jimmy Lindo in 18th has now pulled out a 6/10 lead.
Lindo is definitely finding some pace there, making it difficult for Vaughn to close. That's a good drive from him to consolidate the position.
Rich Snape is up to 6th on lap 14, just a 10th of a second behind Chris Stokes in 5th. Rich Snape has made the pass, now up into 5th, with Chris Stokes right behind him in 6th, just a 10th separating them. Adam Tiaz is in 9th on lap 14, with Jareth Hallam just a 10th behind in 10th.
This is an incredibly close battle for the top 10. Neither driver will give an inch here.
Adam Tiaz has dropped to 10th, and Jareth Hallam in 9th has pulled out a half-second lead. Adam Tiaz has climbed to 8th, now 9/10 clear of Jareth Hallam, who has fallen to 10th. Adam Tiaz, in 10th position, has entered the pits on lap 14. Joel Lemrick is in 11th on lap 15, 2/10 behind Dominic Fovard in 10th.
He's got a clear target ahead, and with Tiaz pitting, this battle for the top 10 is going to intensify.
Joel Lemrick has gained a position, now into 10th, with Dominic Fovard dropping to 12th, 4/10 behind.
Lemrick has executed that perfectly, probably benefiting from the pit stop, but still making a clean pass to secure that spot.
The pit stops are really starting to shuffle the pack now. We've seen a few key drivers come in.
This is where strategy becomes absolutely crucial. Pit early, pit late, try to undercut, overcut. It's all about playing the long game now.
Adam Tiaz and John Astrup both came in relatively early. It'll be interesting to see if that pays off for them later in the stint.
It means they'll likely have to manage tire wear more towards the end of their stint, but they're hopefully in cleaner air now, which is a huge advantage.
These midfield battles are becoming even more complex with drivers on different strategies.
Absolutely. You're not just racing the car in front, you're racing the clock in everyone's pit window. It's a mental chess match at high speed.
Dominic Fovarg is in 12th on lap 16, just 2/10 behind Joel Lemrick in 11th.
He's trying to get back at Lemrick after losing that position. This rivalry is heating up.
Dominic Fovarg has dropped to 13th, with Joel Lemrick now up to 10th and 1.4 seconds clear.
That's a significant shift. Fovarg has lost a few places, and Lemrick has really found some pace to pull away.
Elliot Norton is in 3rd on lap 16, just 2/10 behind James Allen in 2nd.
He's really putting the pressure on Allen. 2/10 is a serious threat, particularly for a driver with Norton's capabilities.
Elliot Norton holds 3rd, but James Allen in 2nd has just stretched that gap to 3/10.
Allen is defending well. He knows Norton is right there, so he's had to find a bit extra to keep him behind.
Phil Bodkin is in 19th on lap 16, 3/10 behind Nico Vaughn in 18th. Bodkin remains 19th, but he's closed the gap to Nico Vaughn in 18th to just 2/10. The intensity is still incredibly high, even well into this race. Every driver is fighting for every inch.
It's what you expect in this class. These cars are so evenly matched, it really comes down to who can be the most consistent and make the fewest mistakes.
We saw that with Fovarg, losing significant ground in just a lap or two. One small error can snowball quickly.
Absolutely. And once you lose that momentum, it's incredibly hard to get it back, especially when the car ahead pulls away like Lemrick did.
Up at the front, Norton is still pushing Alan Hart. That's a Pro-Am driver challenging a Pro-Am for second, but the pace is incredible.
It shows the strength of the field. Class doesn't always dictate outright pace when you're battling wheel to wheel. Experience and raw talent shine through.
Greg Sabo is in 13th on lap 18, 4/10 behind Niall Gagan in 12th. Greg Sabo has made the move, now up to 12th, with Niall Gagan just 2/10 behind in 13th.
That's a well-executed pass. He managed to close that 4/10 gap and then make the overtake stick.
Niall Gagan is now in 13th on lap 18, 2/10 behind Greg Sabo in 12th. Gagan holds 13th, but Greg Sabo in 12th has edged out to a 3/10 lead.
Sabo is holding firm after making that pass. He's not giving Gagan an easy chance to retake the position.
John Astrup is in 20th on lap 19, just a 10th behind Tim Weller in 19th. John Astrup has made the pass, now up to 19th, with Tim Weller dropping to 20th and 4/10 behind. Jody Fannin is in 4th on lap 19, just 2/10 behind James Allen in 3rd.
Fannin is looking incredibly strong out there, and he's got his sights firmly set on that podium spot.
Jody Fannin has made the pass for 3rd. James Allen is now 4th, 3/10 behind.
That's a fantastic move from Fannin. He's really demonstrating excellent racecraft to get ahead of Allen.
Nigel Walters, running in 12th position, has entered the pits on lap 19. Daniel Koshich is in 7th on lap 20, 3/10 behind Chris Stokes in 6th. Koshich holds 7th, but Chris Stokes in 6th has now opened the gap to half a second. Jody Fannin has really pulled away in third, now 1.5 seconds clear of James Allen in fourth. Jody Fannin, running strongly in fourth, has now come into the pits on lap 20. Jimmy Lindo is in 12th on lap 20, just a tenth behind Niall Gagan in 11th. Jimmy Lindo, currently in 12th, has pitted on lap 20, right from a tight battle with Gagan.
He was right on Gagan's tail, so that's a strategically timed stop, probably looking to make up ground in the pit window.
Neil Constable Barry is in 10th on lap 21, half a second behind Dominic Fovarg in 9th.
He's made up some ground here, so he'll be pushing to close that gap to Fovarg. Top 10 is a solid position.
Maximilian Turbin has taken the lead. He's a full second ahead of Elliot Norton in second on lap 21.
What a move from Turbin. He's clearly found some incredible pace, taking the lead and immediately putting distance between himself and Norton.
John Boontakis is in 21st on lap 21, but now a significant 5 seconds behind Jimmy Lindo in 20th.
That's a big gap to open up. He must have had a moment, or Lindo is on a charge out of the pits, or maybe Boontakis is still to make his stop.
Unbelievable. James Allen is now leading the race on lap 22, with a huge 15.4 second lead over David Constable Barry in second. James Allen extends his lead at the front, now 17.5 seconds clear of David Constable Barry in second. Phil Bodkin is in 12th on lap 22, just 2 tenths behind Tim Weller in 11th. Phil Bodkin has dropped to 13th, now nearly 5 seconds behind Tim Weller in 11th. Phil Bodkin has dropped another place to 14th, and the gap to Tim Weller in 11th has now stretched to a massive 7.8 seconds. David Constable Barry, running in an impressive second place, has come into the pits on lap 22.
That's a well-timed stop for him, hoping to come out into clean air and continue that strong pace. With Allen's massive lead, second is the fight.
Dominic Fovarg is in 5th on lap 23, just 3 tenths behind Jody Fannin in 4th.
He's made up a lot of ground there. Fannin has just come out of the pits, so Fovarg is definitely looking for that pass.
Joel Lemrick is in 13th on lap 23, 6 tenths behind Adam Tias in 12th. Joel Lemrick has dropped to 14th, and the gap to Adam Tias in 12th is now 2.6 seconds. Joel Lemrick has fallen further back to 15th, nearly 10 seconds behind Adam Tias in 12th. Greg Sabo is in 15th on lap 23, just a tenth behind Jimmy Lindo in 14th. Greg Sabo has moved up to 14th, but Jimmy Lindo in 13th has pulled out to an 8-tenth lead. James Allen is now in 3rd on lap 24, 1.5 seconds behind Elliot Norton in 2nd.
He's clearly had his pit stop, which explains the lost positions and the longer lap time. Now the real charge begins.
James Allen remains 3rd, but Elliot Norton in 2nd has now opened the gap to 3.9 seconds. Jody Fannin is in 4th on lap 24, just 2 tenths behind James Allen in 3rd.
Fannin is on a charge, trying to make up for that pit stop. He's right on Allen's gearbox, looking for an opening.
Fannin remains 4th, but James Allen in 3rd has nudged the gap to 3 tenths. Joel Lemrick is in 17th on lap 24, 6 tenths behind John Boontakis in 16th, clearly after a pit stop. Lemrick holds 17th, but John Boontakis in 16th has stretched the gap to 7/10. The pit stop phase has really mixed things up. We've seen some big swings in position now that drivers are cycling through.
This is where the race strategy really comes alive. You can see who has managed their tires well and who has executed a quick stop.
Alan's huge lead earlier completely evaporated after his stop, putting him back into a fight for the podium.
Exactly, that's the gamble. You build a lead, but you know you have to give that time back. It's all about how well you manage that transition.
And Fannin is immediately back on the attack after his stop, showing the kind of pace he has.
He's clearly feeling confident in the car and on fresh rubber. He'll be pushing to reclaim those lost positions as quickly as possible.
Gareth Hallam is in 10th on lap 25, just 3/10 behind Chris Stokes in 9th.
This is an important battle for the top 10. Hallam is looking quick, and that gap is definitely within striking distance.
Gareth Hallam has made the pass, now up to 9th, while Chris Stokes has dropped to 11th, 1.2 seconds behind. Hallam making that move on Stokes and then creating a gap so quickly, that's impressive.
It tells you he was really on the pace and perhaps Stokes had a moment, or Hallam just executed that overtake perfectly. Those kinds of moves are critical for gaining positions.
The middle of the pack is still an absolute beehive of activity, even with all the pit stops.
That's because everyone is on a slightly different strategy, or managing their tires differently. It creates these unpredictable battles all the way through the field.
We're well past the halfway mark in terms of laps for most, but still a lot of time on the clock.
Yes, this is the endurance phase. Driver fitness, car reliability, and tire management will be the key factors determining who comes out on top.
Joel Lemrick is in 17th on lap 26, half a second behind John Boontakis in 16th.
He's trying to close that gap. After his pit stop, he'll be looking to make up every position he can.
Lemrick remains 17th, but he's now glued to the back of John Boontakis in 16th, 0.0 seconds between them. Joel Lemrick has made the pass, up to 16th, with John Boontakis now 3/10 behind in 17th. John Boontakis is in 17th on lap 27, 3/10 behind Joel Lemrick in 16th.
He's trying to get that position back immediately. This is a real back and forth battle.
Boontakis holds 17th, but Lemrick in 16th has now pulled out a half-second lead. Maximilian Turbin is in second on lap 28, just 3/10 behind race leader Elliot Norton. Turbin remains in second, closing the gap to race leader Elliot Norton to just 2/10.
He is absolutely hounding Norton for the lead. This is going to be a thrilling finish to this stint.
The battle for the lead is intensifying with Turbin closing right up on Norton.
This is what we've been waiting for. 2/10 is nothing. One small slip from Norton and Turbin will be through.
It's fascinating how different drivers respond to that kind of pressure at the front.
Some thrive on it, some crumble. I always loved being chased. It forces you to extract every last bit of performance from the car and yourself.
And down the field, that Lemrick-Boontakis battle is still going strong, trading positions intense.
It shows the depth of talent here. Even in the mid-pack, these drivers are performing at a very high level, making for exciting racing all over.
John Boontakis is in 17th on lap 28, 2/10 behind Greg Sabo in 16th. John Boontakis has made the pass for 16th, with Greg Sabo just a 10th behind in 17th. That was a clean move from Boontakis, straight into 16th position.
He clearly spotted his opportunity and didn't hesitate. That's the difference between holding position and gaining one.
We're seeing a lot of these battles come down to just a 10th or 2, which is fantastic for the spectators.
It means the drivers are on the absolute limit, lap after lap. Any small gain or loss is magnified because everyone is so competitive.
With Turbin closing on Norton for the lead, this race is far from settled at the front.
Not at all. And with pit strategies still playing out for some, we could see even more shake-ups before the end.
Joel Lemrick is in 15th on lap 29, just a tenth behind Niall Gagan in 14th. Joel Lemrick has made the pass, now up to 14th, with Niall Gagan right behind him in 15th, 0.0 seconds.
He got that one. What a perfectly timed move from Lemrick, and now he's got to defend immediately.
Dominic Fobarg is in 12th on lap 30, 3 tenths behind Adam Tiaz in 11th.
He's trying to make up ground here. Tiaz is just ahead, and that 3/10 gap is an inviting target.
Dominic Fobarg has made the pass for 11th, with Adam Tiaz now 3 tenths behind in 12th. Adam Tiaz is in 12th on lap 30, 6 tenths behind Dominic Fobarg in 11th. Adam Tiaz, in 12th position, is into the pits on lap 30.
That's his second stop. He'll be hoping for fresh tires to help him charge through the field in this next stint.
Tim Weller is in 20th on lap 30, a full second behind Nico Vaughn in 19th. Tim Weller has gained a place, now in 19th, cutting the gap to Nico Vaughn in 18th to 9 tenths. Tim Weller has dropped back to 20th, with Nico Vaughn in 18th now 1.1 seconds ahead.
It looked like he made a move, but then lost the position again. That's the challenge when you're fighting for every inch.
Niall Gagan is in 15th on lap 31, 4 tenths behind John Boontakis in 14th. Gagan holds 15th, but has closed the gap to John Boontakis in 14th to 3 tenths.
He's really pushing to make up that ground now. That extra tenth can make all the difference for an attacking driver.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 32, 7 tenths behind David Constable Barry in 5th. Snape remains in 6th, but David Constable Barry in 5th has stretched his lead to 1.1 seconds.
Constable Barry is finding some good pace now. That's a significant increase in the gap in just a couple of laps.
Chris Stokes is in 9th on lap 32, 3 tenths behind Nigel Walters in 8th. Stokes remains 9th, with Nigel Walters in 8th now leading by 4 tenths.
Walters is holding him off effectively. That extra tenth can be just enough to break the toe and make an overtake more difficult.
The gaps are really starting to open and close in waves now. It's constantly changing.
It's all about tire degradation and fuel loads at this point. Some drivers are managing better than others, which creates these shifts in pace.
We've seen some impressive defensive driving, like Walters holding off Stokes, and others making decisive moves.
Absolutely. Every driver out there is battling not just for position, but against the car's diminishing performance. It's a very active management process.
With just over an hour and a half left, there's still plenty of racing to come and positions to be gained or lost.
This is the heart of the endurance race. Those who can stay consistent and make smart decisions will be rewarded at the end.
Tim Weller is in 20th on lap 33, 6 tenths behind Adam Tiaz in 19th. Weller remains 20th, but Adam Tiaz in 19th has now pulled out a full second lead.
Tiaz, fresh from his pit stop earlier, is really finding his rhythm and stretching that gap now. That's a good response from him.
It looks like Adam Tiaz's earlier pit strategy is really starting to pay off now, gaining time on Weller.
Exactly, that's the gamble that often works. Get clear of the immediate pack, lay down some fast laps, and then you're ahead when others cycle through their stops.
These 1-second gaps, they feel bigger, don't they? Especially when you're the one trying to close it down.
Oh, completely. It's frustrating because you can see them, but you're not close enough to launch an attack. You have to hope they make a mistake or you find an extra gear.
The consistency of the leaders is just remarkable today, lap after lap.
That's what wins races. Raw pace is important, but the ability to deliver it consistently over a long period, managing the car, that's championship-winning stuff.
Niall Gagan is in 17th on lap 34, 4/10 behind Neil Constable Barry in 16th. Gagan holds 17th, but Neil Constable Barry in 16th has stretched the gap to 7/10. That battle between Gagan and Constable Barry, it's been a tight one for several laps now.
It has. Constable Barry is clearly pushing hard to create a buffer. Those 3/10 he just gained could be crucial for his confidence.
It's interesting how even small gains, less than a second, become so significant in these endurance races.
They really add up. Over 10 laps, 3/10 per lap is 3 seconds. That's a huge margin in close racing.
We're seeing fewer overtakes now compared to the opening stages, but the strategic battles are heating up.
Exactly. It becomes more about managing the car and executing the strategy perfectly. Raw aggression gives way to calculated precision.
Maximilian Turbin, who was running in 8th, has now pulled into the pits on lap 36. Chris Stokes is in 8th on lap 36, 3/10 behind Daniel Kosic in 7th.
He's right there, looking to make up that position. Kosic will have to be sharp to hold him off.
Chris Stokes has made the pass for 7th. Daniel Kosic is now half a second behind in 8th.
That's a well-earned position for Stokes. He clearly had the pace and found the right moment to make the move.
Great move by Stokes to gain that position, pushing past Kosic. The battles are still coming thick and fast.
He had to work for that. Kosic is a strong driver, so Stokes really earned that 7th place. It wasn't handed to him.
Turbin's pit stop will shake things up again at the front, once all the strategies play out.
Absolutely. Every time a frontrunner pits, it opens up opportunities and shifts the overall picture. It's a constant recalibration for everyone.
We're seeing a real mix of aggression and patience today from the drivers.
That's the mark of a good endurance racer. Knowing when to push and when to conserve, when to attack and when to be patient, it's a very nuanced skill.
Maximilian Turbin is now in 10th on lap 37, after his pit stop, 9/10 behind Jareth Hallam in 9th. Turbin remains in 10th, but he's closed the gap to Jareth Hallam in 9th to just half a second.
He's definitely found his pace on those fresh tires. Expect him to continue carving his way forward, that's what he's capable of.
Adam Tiaz is in 18th on lap 37, 4/10 behind Nico Vaughn in 17th. Adam Tiaz has made the pass for 17th, now 1.5 seconds clear of Nico Vaughn, who drops to 18th.
That's a clean move and then a quick consolidation of the position. He's really working hard to make that pit strategy pay off.
Tiaz making that move and pulling out a gap, that shows the impact of having fresh rubber and clear track.
Exactly. It's about maximizing that window after a stop. You have to push hard while the tires are at their best.
Turbin also quickly closing in on Hallam. He's clearly got the pace to be a front runner.
He does. He's one of those drivers who can just find that extra gear when he needs to. He won't be in 10th for long if he keeps this up.
We're seeing a really diverse set of strategies playing out across the field.
It adds so much to the racing. You're never quite sure who is truly ahead until everyone has completed their stops. It keeps you guessing.
Maximilian Turbin is still in 10th on lap 38, now 4/10 behind Jareth Hallam in 9th.
He's still chipping away at that gap. Hallam is driving well, but Turbin is a force on fresh tires.
Maximilian Turbin has made the pass for 9th, now just 3/10 behind Jareth Hallam in 8th. Nigel Walters is in 12th on lap 38, now 1.8 seconds behind Dominic Fovarg in 11th. Nigel Walters, currently in 12th position, has entered the pits on lap 38.
He's had a pretty solid run in that stint. Now it's about getting fresh rubber and pushing hard for the remainder of the race.
Niall Gagan is in 20th on lap 38, 4 tenths behind Nico Vaughn in 19th.
He's trying to make up ground there. Vaughn will have to defend well to keep him behind.
Niall Gagan has made the pass for 19th, with Nico Vaughn right behind him in 20th, 0.0 seconds. Gagan making that pass and immediately going wheel to wheel with Vaughn, that's exciting.
That's how close the racing is down there. You make the pass, but the fight is far from over. You have to consolidate it immediately.
Turbin is also steadily climbing the order after his stop, showing strong pace.
He's on a mission. That's the benefit of having raw speed when you get into clean air. He's making the most of those new tires.
We're seeing a lot of drivers now settling into their second stints, managing the wear on their new tires.
It's a different game now. You can push hard, but you also need to think about fuel and how long these tires will last until the next stop. Every lap is a calculation.
Jimmy Lindo is in 8th on lap 40, with Jareth Hallam just 2 tenths behind in 9th.
Lindo is doing well to hold that position. Hallam will be looking for any opportunity to get by.
Jimmy Lindo has moved up to 7th, while Jareth Hallam has dropped to 9th, now 3 tenths behind.
Lindo has clearly made a great move on someone ahead, and managed to put some distance between himself and Hallam.
Daniel Kosic is in 8th on lap 40, 3 tenths behind Jimmy Lindo in 7th. Kosic holds 8th, but Jimmy Lindo in 7th has now pulled out a 6-tenth lead.
Lindo is definitely finding some real pace in this stint. He's building a nice buffer now in 7th.
Lindo is certainly on a charge, making up positions and then building gaps.
He's definitely found a rhythm and is maximizing the car. That's a great example of a driver extracting performance in the second stint.
The consistency we're seeing from the front runners, even those in the mid-pack now, is impressive.
It tells you these drivers are very disciplined. They know the track, they know the car, and they're executing their plans almost perfectly.
Still over an hour of racing left, so anything can still happen.
Absolutely. Tires will degrade further, fuel loads will change, and mental fatigue will start to play a bigger role. It's far from over.
Chris Stokes is in 10th on lap 41, just a tenth behind Jareth Hallam in 9th. Chris Stokes has made the pass for 9th. Jareth Hallam is now 4 tenths behind in 10th.
He got him. That's a good clean pass, and now he's trying to build a gap immediately.
Chris Stokes has gained another position, now up to 8th, with Jareth Hallam 2.2 seconds behind in 10th.
Stokes is definitely on a charge here. 2 places gained and a solid gap opened up. That's a very strong few laps for him.
Jimmy Lindo is in 7th on lap 42, 8 tenths behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th. Lindo remains 7th, but Maximilian Turbin in 6th has just extended his lead to 9 tenths.
Turbin is certainly finding his rhythm and speed now. He's pulling away from Lindo and looking to gain on the cars ahead.
Turbin really stretching that gap. He's showing why he's a top contender today.
He's definitely found another gear. That's the difference fresh tires and a clear track make when you're a driver of his caliber.
Stokes also making impressive gains, climbing 2 spots and now a significant gap.
He's made a great recovery from his earlier position. That's a strong demonstration of consistency and strategic driving.
We're seeing a lot of strong individual performances today, not just at the very front.
It's what makes this series so compelling. Every driver is pushing, and you never know who will put together that perfect stint to make big gains.
Daniel Kosic is in 15th on lap 42, 4 tenths behind Jareth Hallam in 14th, clearly after a pit stop. Daniel Kosic has gained a position, now in 14th, but Jareth Hallam in 13th has extended his lead to half a second. Elliot Norton is in 2nd on lap 43, 5.2 seconds behind race leader James Allen.
Allen has really opened up that gap now. He's clearly in a strong rhythm and managing the car well.
Elliot Norton has dropped to 3rd, with James Allen now a massive 10.8 seconds ahead in the lead.
This indicates that Norton has likely just completed his pit stop. He'll be looking to make up that lost time now on fresh tires.
Tim Weller is in 19th on lap 43, 3 seconds behind Niall Gagan in 18th. Tim Weller has gained a place, now 18th, but Niall Gagan in 17th has opened the gap to 3.4 seconds. Rich Snape is in 8th on lap 44, 8 tenths ahead of Jimmy Lindo in 9th, after his own pit stop. Rich Snape has dropped to 9th, now 1.2 seconds behind Jimmy Lindo in 8th.
It looks like Lindo has benefited from some track position, possibly from Snape's stop. He's building a good buffer now.
Jareth Hallam is in 12th on lap 44, 2 tenths behind Daniel Kocic in 11th.
This is a tight battle for positions outside the top 10. Hallam is right on Kocic's tail.
Joel Lemrick is in 7th on lap 44, a massive 11.6 seconds behind Dominic Fovarg in 6th.
He's made great progress, but that gap to Fovarg suggests Fovarg might be on a different pit strategy, or just flying out there.
Maximilian Turbin is in 5th on lap 45, 2.7 seconds behind Jody Fannin in 4th. David Constable Barry is in 2nd on lap 45, 2.8 seconds ahead of Elliot Norton in 3rd.
He's really consolidating that second spot now, building a good buffer against Norton's charge after his stop.
Jimmy Lindo is in 7th on lap 45, 9 tenths ahead of Rich Snape in 8th.
He's keeping Snape at arm's length now. That's a good controlled drive from Lindo.
David Constable Barry has dropped to 6th on lap 46, now 2.9 seconds behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th. Constable Barry holds 6th, but Fovarg in 5th has extended his lead to nearly 5 seconds. Fovarg really pulling away from Constable Barry there, a significant gain in just a few laps.
He's definitely found another gear, or perhaps Constable Barry is dealing with a bit of tire wear. Either way, that's a good chunk of time Fovarg has gained.
The pit stops have truly reset the mid-race strategy for so many drivers now.
It's fascinating to watch how the race unfolds in these phases. Who optimized their stops, who got clean air, it all adds up to these big shifts in position and time.
We're still seeing those very tight battles further down the order, even with some of the bigger gaps at the front.
That's because everyone is pushing their own limits. This class promotes such close competition that even a fight for 15th is just as intense as for the podium.
Jareth Hallam is in 12th on lap 46, 3 tenths ahead of Nigel Walters in 13th. Jareth Hallam has gained a position, now in 11th, just a tenth ahead of Nigel Walters in 12th.
He made a great move, and now he's trying to hold off Walters, who is right back on his tail. This is intense.
Jareth Hallam has dropped back to 12th, now 2 tenths behind Nigel Walters in 11th. Joel Lemrick is in 14th on lap 47, just 2 tenths behind Dominic Fovarg in 13th.
He's really closing that gap to Fovarg. This is a very tight battle unfolding here.
Lemrick holds 14th, but has closed the gap to Dominic Fovarg in 13th to just a tenth.
He's absolutely hounding him now. One small mistake from Fovarg and Lemrick will be through.
Jareth Hallam is in 12th on lap 47, 3 tenths behind Nigel Walters in 11th. Hallam holds 12th, but Nigel Walters in 11th has now stretched his advantage to 6 tenths.
Walters has put in a solid lap there, creating a bit of breathing room. He's managing to keep Hallam at bay for now.
Chris Stokes is in 9th on lap 48, 3/10 behind Daniel Kocic in 8th. Chris Stokes has dropped to 10th, now 7/10 behind Daniel Kocic in 8th. Stokes losing ground there, that's a tough break after such a strong run. Kocic clearly found some extra pace.
It's relentless out there. One small error or a slight drop in pace, and the car behind will be right there to capitalize, as Kocic has done.
The battle between Lemrick and Fovard, just a 10th between them, is one to watch closely.
Absolutely. That's pure wheel-to-wheel racing. They're both pushing the car to its absolute limit, no room for error at all.
We're heading into the final hour of the race now, this is where it really gets intense.
Tire management will be paramount. Drivers will be feeling the strain, and so will their cars. Reliability could become a factor.
Joel Lemrick is in 13th on lap 49, 3/10 behind Dominic Fovard in 12th.
He's still fighting to get past Fovard. It's been an ongoing battle between these two for a while now.
Lemrick holds 13th, but Dominic Fovard in 12th has now pulled out a 7/10 lead. Fovard finding that extra pace and stretching the gap to Lemrick, that's a good drive to consolidate.
It's vital at this stage to break the toe and get clear air. I know how much it helps mentally when you can just focus on your own lines without constant rearview mirror checks.
We're well into the final hour now, the clock is ticking down rapidly.
This is where the true grit comes out. Every driver will be feeling the car and the track changes, and fatigue can start to set in.
Tire management will be absolutely crucial for the remainder of this race.
Agreed. Those who've conserved their tires well will be able to push harder in these closing stages. It's a delicate balance all race long.
Jareth Hallam is in 12th on lap 50, just 2/10 behind Dominic Fovard in 11th.
He's really putting the pressure on Fovard now. This is a battle for a solid top 12 finish.
Jareth Hallam has made the move, now in 11th, and is just a 10th behind Dominic Fovard, who is now in 10th.
He's really closed that gap on Fovard, and they've both gained a place. This is a very tight fight for the top 10.
Dominic Fovard is in 10th on lap 50, just a 10th behind Adam Tiaz in 9th. Dominic Fovard has made the pass, now up into 9th, with Adam Tiaz just a 10th behind in 10th.
That's an excellent move from Fovard, making that tiny gap count. Now he has to keep Tiaz behind him.
Jareth Hallam is in 11th on lap 51, 3/10 behind Adam Tiaz in 10th. Hallam remains 11th, with Adam Tiaz holding 10th, the gap still 3/10. Adam Tiaz is in 10th on lap 51, 3/10 behind Dominic Fovard in 9th. Adam Tiaz has dropped to 11th, with Dominic Fovard in 9th now extending his lead to half a second. Adam Tiaz has gained a position, now in 10th, but Dominic Fovard in 8th has pulled out a 1-second lead. Dominic Fovard, currently in 12th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 51.
He was holding strong there. That's probably a strategic stop, hoping for a clear run out and fresher tires to attack the next stint.
Joel Lemrick is in 11th on lap 52, 4/10 behind Nigel Walters in 10th. Lemrick remains 11th, with the gap to Nigel Walters in 10th still holding at 4/10.
Walters is certainly consistent right now, just enough to prevent Lemrick from getting into a position to make a pass.
Jareth Hallam is in 9th on lap 52, just 2/10 behind Daniel Kocic in 8th.
That's incredibly close for the top 10. Hallam is right there, looking for an opportunity against Kosic.
Hallam remains in 9th, still just 2/10 behind Daniel Kosic in 8th.
Kosic is really under pressure now. That tiny gap means he has to be absolutely perfect to stay ahead.
Dominic Fovarg is now in 14th on lap 53, 2/10 behind Chris Stokes in 13th, having just completed his pit stop.
He's out on fresh tires now and immediately into a battle. He'll be looking to make short work of Stokes with that grip advantage.
Dominic Fovarg has moved up to 13th, now 3.7 seconds clear of Chris Stokes, who has dropped to 15th. Jareth Hallam is still in 9th on lap 53, just 2/10 behind Daniel Kosic in 8th.
This battle is relentless. Hallam just can't quite find that extra bit to make the move stick, but he's not giving up.
Hallam maintains 9th, still just 2/10 behind Daniel Kosic in 8th.
They're really locked together now. It's a testament to Kosic's defense and Hallam's persistence to keep it this close.
Joel Lemrick is now in 9th on lap 54, with Jareth Hallam just 2/10 behind him in 10th. Lemrick holds 9th, but Jareth Hallam in 10th has now fallen back to a 5/10 gap.
Lemrick is certainly finding his rhythm and defending well. He's managed to put a bit of breathing room between them.
Rich Snape is in 7th on lap 55, 3/10 behind Jimmy Lindo in 6th. Rich Snape has made the pass, now into 6th, with Jimmy Lindo right on his tail in 7th, absolutely zero separation. Maximilian Turbin is in 3rd on lap 55, just 4/10 behind Jody Fannin in 2nd. Turbin holds 3rd, but he's closed the gap to Jody Fannin in 2nd to just 3/10. Turbin really closing in on Fannin for 2nd now. This is going to be a real fight at the sharp end.
He's smelling blood. 3/10 is nothing. Fannin will be feeling the pressure for sure. I always loved a good chase like that.
And what a move from Snape to take 6th from Lindo. Absolutely no room between them.
That's championship level racecraft. Finding that millisecond to make the move and then immediately defending. Brilliant.
We're seeing a lot of drivers really stepping up their game in this final hour.
This is where fitness and mental fortitude become key. Those who've managed their resources well will be able to sustain this intensity right to the flag.
Jareth Hallam is in 11th on lap 56, 6/10 behind Nigel Walters in 10th. Hallam remains 11th, but he's closed the gap to Nigel Walters in 10th to just 3/10. Hallam is really putting the pressure on Walters now for that final top 10 spot, closing it right up.
He's digging deep. 3/10 is definitely within attacking range. Walters will be feeling the heat, especially with the clock ticking down.
And up at the front, Turbin versus Fannin for 2nd is still incredibly tight. No breathing room there at all.
That's where the mental game is at its peak. Every corner is a chess move, every straight a chance to gain or defend. I remember those battles vividly.
With less than an hour to go, the stakes are getting higher with every lap.
Absolutely. This is the point where you really push through the fatigue. Consistency, precision, and a bit of bravery are needed to carry it home.
Daniel Kosic is in 9th on lap 57, 4/10 behind Joel Lemrick in 8th.
He's trying to make up ground there. Lemrick is driving well to hold him off.
Maximilian Turbin is now in 5th on lap 57, a significant 7 seconds behind David Constable Barry in 4th.
That's a big gap to open up. Either Constable Barry has found some incredible pace, or Turbin has hit some traffic or is managing an issue.
Maximilian Turbin remains in 5th, but the gap to David Constable Barry in 4th has now ballooned to 12.2 seconds.
That's a massive shift in just a couple of laps. Turbin must have had a moment, or perhaps is conserving, but that's a lot of time to lose.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 58, just 3/10 behind Maximilian Turbin in 5th. Rich Snape has made the move into 5th. Maximilian Turbin is right behind him in 6th, absolutely zero separation.
Incredible driving from Snape. That was a perfectly executed pass, and now the hard work begins as Turbin will be looking to get it straight back.
Jareth Hallam is in 15th on lap 58, 6/10 behind Nigel Walters in 14th. Jareth Hallam has gained a place, now in 14th, closing the gap to Nigel Walters in 13th to 4/10.
He's making a real effort to get onto Walters' gearbox. That's a good recovery, and now he's definitely eyeing that next position.
Maximilian Turbin has dropped to 7th on lap 59, now 1.6 seconds ahead of Joel Lemrick in 8th, after a very slow last lap. Nigel Walters, running in 14th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 58. Greg Sabo is in 13th on lap 59, 3/10 behind Chris Stokes in 12th. Sabo remains 13th, with the gap to Chris Stokes in 12th still at 3/10. Joel Lemrick is in 8th on lap 59, half a second behind Maximilian Turbin in 7th. Joel Lemrick holds 8th, but Maximilian Turbin in 7th has stretched his lead to 8/10.
Turbin is certainly finding some form after his earlier struggles. That's a good drive to pull away from Lemrick.
Greg Sabo is in 13th on lap 60, just 3/10 behind Chris Stokes in 12th.
He's keeping the pressure on Stokes. That tiny gap means he's looking for any sign of a mistake to make a pass. Sabo remains 13th, but Chris Stokes in 12th has extended his lead to half a second. That was a challenging few laps for Turbin, dropping positions, but he seems to be finding his feet again now. He clearly had a significant moment or issue, but he's a class driver and he's already consolidating and pulling away slightly from Lemrick. It's tough to bounce back from those moments.
Rich Snape really capitalized on that, making a fantastic move into 5th and holding it against Turbin.
That's smart racing from Snape. You take the opportunities when they present themselves. That's a well-deserved 5th place for him.
With less than an hour to go, every position feels increasingly vital, even outside the top 10.
Absolutely. Fatigue, tire wear, fuel economy, it all becomes critical now. This is where the true endurance aspect of the race comes to the forefront.
Jimmy Lindo is in 6th on lap 61, 7/10 behind Rich Snape in 5th. Lindo holds 6th, but has closed the gap to Rich Snape in 5th to 6/10.
He's chipping away at that lead. Snape will be feeling Lindo's presence in his mirrors now.
Lindo is really closing that gap to Snape now. That top 5 battle is heating up again.
He's definitely found some more pace. When you're being chased like that, every single corner feels like a defense. Snape won't be able to relax.
The consistency of the drivers, even after so many laps, is quite something.
It's all about pushing that limit without going over. Finding that rhythm, even as the tires wear and fuel load changes, is the true test of endurance racing.
With just over 50 minutes left, these late race pushes become even more critical.
Absolutely. One small mistake now can cost you not just one position, but several. The margins are so fine.
Jody Fannin, running in 4th position, has entered the pits on lap 63. Jimmy Lindo is in 6th on lap 62, half a second behind Rich Snape in 5th.
He's still applying that pressure. Snape just can't seem to shake him off completely.
Lindo holds 6th, but Rich Snape in 5th has now stretched his lead to 7/10. Greg Sabo is in 13th on lap 62, half a second behind Chris Stokes in 12th. Greg Sabo, currently in 13th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 62.
He's been in a tight battle, so this stop will be crucial for his strategy, hoping to get out and find some clear air.
Adam Tiaz is in 14th on lap 63, 3/10 behind Jareth Hallam in 13th. Tiaz holds 14th, still 3/10 behind Jareth Hallam in 13th. Daniel Kosic, running in 9th position, has entered the pits on lap 63.
That's a key stop for him. He'll be hoping for a quick turnaround to maintain his strong top 10 presence.
Adam Tiaz holds 14th on lap 63, still 3/10 behind Jareth Hallam in 13th.
That's a stubborn gap to close. Tiaz is right there, but Hallam is clearly doing enough to just keep him at bay.
Adam Tiaz has gained a position, now up to 13th, and has pulled out a 2.7 second lead over Jareth Hallam in 14th. Rich Snape is in 5th on lap 64, 4.6 seconds behind Jody Fannin in 4th.
Fannin, just out of the pits, is on fresh rubber and pulling away nicely. Snape will have to push to maintain that gap.
Jareth Hallam is in 16th on lap 63, 3 seconds behind Nigel Walters in 15th. Jareth Hallam, running in 16th position, has entered the pits on lap 64. Daniel Kosic is out of the pits and now in 13th on lap 64, 2.2 seconds behind Adam Tiaz in 12th. Daniel Kosic has gained a position, now in 12th, and has closed the gap to Adam Tiaz in 11th to 2 seconds.
He's making good progress after that pit stop, immediately working to reel in Tiaz and climb further up the order.
Adam Tiaz is in 11th on lap 65, 3.2 seconds ahead of John Boontakis in 12th. Rich Snape holds 5th on lap 65, but Jody Fannin in 4th has now stretched his lead to 7.3 seconds. Rich Snape, running in 5th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 65.
That's an important stop for him. You always try to maximize that pit window, get fresh tires, and hope for clear track when you rejoin.
Elliot Norton is in 3rd on lap 66, now 2.1 seconds behind David Constable Barry in 2nd, after a slow last lap.
That slow lap time tells me Norton has just completed his pit stop. He'll be looking to make up that ground on fresh tires now.
Chris Stokes is in a strong 10th position on lap 65, now over 9 seconds ahead of Adam Tiaz in 11th. Dominic Fovarg is in 7th on lap 66, now 4.6 seconds ahead of Rich Snape in 8th. Fovarg holds 7th, extending his lead over Rich Snape in 8th to 5.5 seconds. Joel Lemrick is in 6th on lap 66, 2.9 seconds behind Maximilian Turbin in 5th. Joel Lemrick, running in a strong 6th place, has entered the pits on lap 66.
He's had a really good run in that stint. This stop will be crucial for him to maintain that position and challenge further up the field.
Greg Sabo is now in 14th on lap 66, 2 seconds behind Chris Stokes in 13th, after his pit stop. David Constable Barry is in 3rd on lap 67, 1.5 seconds behind Elliot Norton in 2nd.
He's looking to close that gap to Norton now. That 1.5 seconds is certainly manageable with enough consistent pace.
David Constable Barry has dropped to 4th, now a massive 9.5 seconds behind Elliot Norton, who holds 2nd. Constable Barry losing so much time to Norton, that's a huge shift in the battle for 2nd place.
It suggests he's just had his pit stop. You come out and it feels like everyone else is flying, but it's just you on fresh tires needing to warm up.
We're seeing a lot of these staggered pit stops now, which keeps changing the leaderboard.
This is the crucial strategy phase. Who runs longer, who pits earlier, it's all about finding that optimal window to maximize track position and tire life.
With less than 50 minutes remaining, every single lap is vital for these drivers.
Absolutely. The pressure builds, and conserving the car while pushing hard becomes incredibly difficult as the race nears its end.
Greg Sabo is in 14th on lap 67, now 2.1 seconds ahead of Nigel Walters in 15th. Sabo holds 14th, but Nigel Walters in 15th has closed the gap slightly to 2 seconds. Jimmy Lindo is in 8th on lap 68, 2.7 seconds behind Rich Snape in 7th. Lindo remains 8th, but Rich Snape in 7th has just stretched his lead to 2.8 seconds. Rich Snape is in 7th on lap 69, 1.7 seconds behind David Constable Barry in 6th. Snape holds 7th, but he's closed the gap to David Constable Barry in 6th slightly to 1.6 seconds. Dominic Fovard, running in 5th position, has made his 2nd pit stop on lap 69. Rich Snape has gained a position, now into 6th, with Dominic Fovard, who just pitted, now 1.6 seconds behind in 7th.
Fovard will be looking to get on with things now on fresh tires, but Snape will be keen to consolidate that position and pull away. James Allen continues to lead on lap 70, now 5.9 seconds ahead of Elliot Norton in 2nd. Daniel Kosic is in 11th on lap 70, 6.3 seconds behind Dominic Fovard, who is now in 10th. Daniel Kosic has gained a position, now in 10th, and has dramatically closed the gap to Dominic Fovard in 9th to just 9 tenths. Jimmy Lindo is in 12th on lap 70, 2.1 seconds ahead of Chris Stokes in 13th. Jimmy Lindo has dropped 2 positions to 14th, now 6.8 seconds behind Chris Stokes, who is in 12th. That's a significant loss of time for Lindo. Stokes has clearly found a burst of pace, or Lindo had a major moment out on track.
Daniel Kosic remains in 10th, and he's closed the gap to Dominic Fovard in 9th to 8 tenths. Daniel Kosic holds 10th, continuing to close on Dominic Fovard in 9th, now just 7 tenths behind.
He's steadily chipping away at that gap. Fovard will be feeling the pressure now, knowing Kosic is right there.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 71, 2.1 seconds behind David Constable Barry in 5th. Snape holds 6th, but David Constable Barry in 5th has stretched his lead to 2.4 seconds. Daniel Kosich remains 10th, but Dominic Fovarg in 9th has now pulled out a 1-second lead. Kosich holds 10th, and the 1-second gap to Dominic Fovarg in 9th remains unchanged. Lindo losing that much time in those positions, that's a big shift in the mid-pack.
It suggests he either made a significant error or had to deal with some kind of issue on track. You don't lose that kind of time without something happening.
And Fovarg holding that 1-second gap to Kosich, that's a very strategic distance.
It is. It's just enough to keep the car behind out of the draft and make it harder to attack, but it requires absolute precision from Fovarg.
We're really seeing the endurance aspect of this race now, with drivers pushing right to the limit.
This is where the physical and mental stamina truly comes into play. Every corner, every brake zone, it's all about consistency and minimizing fatigue.
Dominic Fovarg is in 9th on lap 72, 1.7 seconds behind Adam Tias in 8th.
He's made good progress after that pit stop, now closing in on Tias for 8th.
Dominic Fovarg has made the pass for 8th. Adam Tias is right on his tail in 9th, absolutely zero separation.
What a move from Fovarg. He closed that gap and then executed a perfect overtake. Now he has to defend straight away.
Adam Tias, in 12th position, has entered the pits on lap 72. Chris Stokes is in 11th on lap 73, 2.4 seconds behind John Boontakis in 10th, and Stokes just set his best lap of the race with a 1:01.836. Jareth Hallam is in 14th on lap 73, 1.4 seconds ahead of Niall Gagan in 15th, after what looks like a recent pit stop. Jareth Hallam has dropped a position to 15th, and Niall Gagan in 14th is now 2.1 seconds ahead.
It looks like Gagan has capitalized on something there, managing to get ahead and build a decent buffer very quickly.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 74, 2 seconds behind David Constable Barry in 5th. Snape remains in 6th, and that 2-second gap to David Constable Barry in 5th holds steady. John Boontakis is in 11th on lap 74, 3.5 seconds behind Chris Stokes in 10th. Boontakis holds 11th, and that 3.5-second gap to Chris Stokes in 10th remains steady. Daniel Kosich is now in 9th on lap 74, with a 4.5-second advantage over Chris Stokes in 10th. Daniel Kosich, running in 10th position, has now come into the pits on lap 74.
That's his second stop, and it'll be interesting to see where he rejoins. Hopefully a quick one to maintain that top 10 fight.
Niall Gagan is in 15th on lap 74, 1 second behind Jareth Hallam in 14th. Gagan holds 15th, but Jareth Hallam in 14th has now stretched his lead to 1.3 seconds.
Hallam is definitely finding a bit more pace there, putting more distance between them. That's a good way to deter an attack.
That Fovarg-Tias battle was a great example of racecraft before Tias made his pit stop.
Absolutely. Fovarg made the pass and Tias had to respond, but sometimes the best response is a strategic pit stop for fresh rubber. It's all about playing the long game.
We're seeing a lot of these drivers finding bursts of pace late in their stints, setting personal bests. It's impressive.
It tells you they're managing their tires incredibly well, eking out every last bit of performance. Or perhaps they're seeing the car ahead and just pushing that little bit harder.
With less than 40 minutes left now, the intensity is only going to build.
This is where every decision, every input, becomes critical. Fatigue is a factor, and reliability will be tested. It's a true test of endurance.
Maximilian Turbin is now in 4th on lap 77, 2.2 seconds behind James Allen in 3rd. Turbin holds 4th, and he's closed the gap to James Allen in 3rd to 1.8 seconds.
He's definitely found some more pace. Allen will be feeling the pressure now with Turbin steadily closing in.
Turbin really digging deep now, closing that gap to Allen for 3rd. This podium battle is far from settled.
He's got the pace, and Allen will be absolutely focused on his mirrors now. That pressure is immense, I remember it well.
We're seeing a lot of drivers finding a second wind here, pushing hard in these closing stages.
This is where the true endurance pays off. You've managed your tires, managed your body, and now you can really attack when it counts.
Every 10th gained or lost feels magnified now with so little time left on the clock.
Absolutely. One small mistake can ruin an entire stint's worth of effort. Precision is paramount at this stage of the race.
Daniel Kocic is in 12th on lap 77, 2.4 seconds behind Greg Sabo in 11th. Daniel Kocic has gained a position, now in 11th, closing the gap to Greg Sabo in 10th to 2.3 seconds.
He's making solid progress after that pit stop. Sabo will have to stay sharp to hold off Kocic's charge.
Daniel Kocic has dropped back to 12th, and Greg Sabo is now in 11th, with the gap between them closing slightly to 2.2 seconds.
He's lost that position he gained earlier, but the gap is still tight enough for him to maintain the pressure.
Joel Lemrick is in 7th on lap 78, just 4 tenths behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th. Lemrick holds 7th, with that 4/10 gap to Maximilian Turbin in 6th remaining unchanged.
He's still applying the pressure. Turbin won't be able to relax with Lemrick right on his gearbox like that.
Daniel Kocic is in 12th on lap 78, 1.7 seconds behind Greg Sabo in 11th. Kocic holds 12th, and he's closed the gap to Greg Sabo in 11th to 1.2 seconds. Joel Lemrick remains in 7th on lap 79, still 4 tenths behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th. Lemrick holds 7th, with that 4/10 gap to Maximilian Turbin in 6th stubbornly holding steady.
They're absolutely locked together. Neither driver is giving an inch, making it incredibly difficult to break away or make a move.
Daniel Kocic remains in 12th on lap 79, now 1.3 seconds behind Greg Sabo in 11th. Kocic holds 12th, and he's closed the gap to Greg Sabo in 11th to 9/10 of a second.
He's really putting the pressure on Sabo now. That's a good drive to chip away at that gap.
Joel Lemrick is still in 7th on lap 80, now just 2 tenths behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th. Lemrick holds 7th, but Maximilian Turbin in 6th has just stretched his lead back to 4 tenths.
Turbin has found a little something extra there, just enough to break the toe and make it harder for Lemrick to launch an attack.
Daniel Kocic remains in 12th on lap 80, now 1.6 seconds behind Greg Sabo in 11th. Kosich holds 12th, and he's closed the gap to Greg Sabo in 11th to 1.4 seconds.
He's steadily reducing that gap to Sabo. Kosich is clearly pushing hard, not giving up on that 11th spot.
Joel Lemrick is in 7th on lap 81, half a second behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th. Lemrick holds 7th, but Maximilian Turbin in 6th has stretched his lead to 8/10.
Turbin is finding some pace there, managing to pull away from Lemrick and consolidate that 6th position.
Daniel Kosich remains in 12th on lap 81, now 1.8 seconds behind Greg Sabo in 11th. Kosich holds 12th, but Greg Sabo in 11th has now stretched his lead to 2.3 seconds. Joel Lemrick is in 7th on lap 82, 7/10 behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th.
He's trying to close that gap again. Turbin just can't seem to shake him completely.
Lemrick holds 7th, but Maximilian Turbin in 6th has now opened his lead to 1.1 seconds. Turbin really pulling away from Lemrick now. That's a decisive move for 6th place.
He's finally managed to break free. Those 1-second gaps, as I said earlier, feel huge when you're the car behind. It means Turbin can just focus on his own race now.
Down in 11th and 12th, Kosich and Sabo are still having a very tight battle.
Absolutely. Every position, every point, means something. These drivers are not giving up until the checkered flag.
With just over 30 minutes left, the clock is definitely becoming a factor now.
It is. Drivers will be managing their fuel and tires more aggressively now, trying to make sure they can push right to the finish without running into trouble.
Jody Fannin, running in 3rd position, has entered the pits on lap 84.
That's an important stop for him. He's been holding a strong podium spot, so a quick and clean stop is vital to rejoin and fight for that podium again.
Joel Lemrick is in 7th on lap 83, 1.4 seconds behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th.
Turbin has definitely consolidated that position now. Lemrick will have to push incredibly hard to get back on terms.
Nico Vaughn is in 15th on lap 82, a massive 21.1 seconds ahead of Niall Gagan in 16th. Adam Tiaz is in 13th on lap 83, 7.2 seconds behind Daniel Kosich in 12th. Nico Vaughn is in 16th on lap 82, 3.5 seconds behind Niall Gagan in 15th.
He's made a great recovery to close in on Gagan there. That's a good drive from Vaughn.
Nico Vaughn has gained a position, now in 15th, but Niall Gagan in 14th has pulled out to an 8.4 second lead. Nico Vaughn has dropped back to 16th, now 10.3 seconds behind Niall Gagan in 15th. Joel Lemrick remains in 7th on lap 84, 1.6 seconds behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th.
He's still trying to close that gap. Turbin is holding him off effectively for now.
Lemrick holds 7th, but Maximilian Turbin in 6th has now stretched his lead to 2.4 seconds.
Turbin is consolidating that 6th place. He's found a bit more pace to pull away, which will be a relief.
Dominic Fovarg is in 8th on lap 85, 3.7 seconds behind Joel Lemrick in 7th, and Fovarg just set his best lap of the race with a 1:01.633. Adam Tiaz, currently in 12th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 84.
That's his 3rd stop. It's a late one in the race, so he'll be hoping for a fresh set of tires to make a final push.
Joel Lemrick holds 7th on lap 85, 2.8 seconds behind Maximilian Turbin in 6th. Lemrick holds 7th, but Maximilian Turbin in 6th has just stretched his lead to 2.9 seconds. Jareth Hallam, running in 14th position, has entered the pits on lap 84. Daniel Kosic is now in 13th on lap 85, 7/10 behind Greg Sabo in 12th, after his pit stop.
He's out on fresh rubber and immediately back into the battle. That's a strong start to this new stint.
Kosic holds 13th, but Greg Sabo in 12th has stretched his lead to 9/10. Niall Gagan is in 15th on lap 85, 2.2 seconds behind Jareth Hallam in 14th. Gagan holds 15th, and Jareth Hallam in 14th has just stretched his lead to 2.3 seconds. Chris Stokes, running in 9th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 86. Daniel Kosic remains in 13th on lap 86, still 9/10 behind Greg Sabo in 12th, after a slightly slower lap. Daniel Kosic has gained a position, now in 12th, but Greg Sabo in 11th has opened his lead to a full second.
He's made the overtake, but Sabo is still right there. Kosic will need to consolidate this position now.
Chris Stokes is out of the pits and in 9th on lap 87, now 11.6 seconds ahead of John Boontakis in 10th. Chris Stokes holds 9th, extending his lead over John Boontakis in 10th to 13.2 seconds.
He's really found some clear air and pace after that stop. That's a huge buffer now in that top 10 spot.
Rich Snape is in 8th on lap 88, 6.3 seconds behind Dominic Fovarg in 7th, after his pit stop. Snape holds 8th, but Dominic Fovarg in 7th has stretched his lead to a full 8 seconds.
Fovarg is really consolidating that position now. He's found some great pace to pull away from Snape.
James Allen is in 2nd on lap 89, now just 9/10 behind race leader Elliot Norton. Joel Lemrick is in 6th on lap 88, 1 second ahead of Dominic Fovarg in 7th. Joel Lemrick, running in 7th position, has now come into the pits on lap 88.
That's an important stop, positioning him for the final sprint. He'll need a quick turnaround to maintain that strong top 10 spot.
Greg Sabo is in 13th on lap 88, 9/10 behind Daniel Kosic in 12th. Sabo holds 13th, but Daniel Kosic in 12th has now stretched his lead to 1.7 seconds. James Allen remains in 2nd on lap 90, but Elliot Norton in the lead has just stretched his advantage to 1.1 seconds.
Norton has responded well there. He's found a bit more pace to just keep Allen at arm's length.
Greg Sabo is in 13th on lap 89, now 7.8 seconds behind Daniel Kosic in 12th after a very slow lap.
That's a significant loss of time for Sabo. It could be a pit stop or he's had an issue on track.
Greg Sabo has gained a position, now 12th, but Daniel Kosic in 11th has now opened a huge 14.7 second lead. Daniel Kosic is in 12th on lap 89, 3.9 seconds behind Adam Tiaz in 11th. Kosic holds 12th, and he's closed the gap to Adam Tiaz in 11th to 3.3 seconds. Norden pulling out a bit of a lead over Allen again. That's crucial as we head into the final 20 minutes.
He's finding that extra bit of pace. Maintaining that buffer is so important to break the toe and manage his own race. Allen will be feeling it now.
Szabo's fluctuating lap times and gaps. Something's clearly going on there.
It suggests a pit stop, or maybe he's dealing with some very heavy tire degradation or a minor issue with the car. The end of a long race can be brutal.
The drivers are really being tested now, physically and mentally.
Absolutely. Every single lap is a push, and you're fighting fatigue and the car at the same time. The mental strength required is immense.
Chris Stokes is in 9th on lap 90, 1 second behind Joel Lemrick in 8th. Stokes holds 9th, but Joel Lemrick in 8th has now stretched his lead to 1.2 seconds. Maximilian Turbin is in 5th on lap 91, now 7.5 seconds ahead of Dominic Fovarg in 6th. And Turbin just set his personal best lap of 1:01.677.
What a superb lap from Turbin. He's absolutely flying out there now, making up for that earlier slower period.
Maximilian Turbin has gained a position, now in 4th, and he's 7.1 seconds clear of Dominic Fovarg in 6th.
He's really on a charge now. That incredible pace is paying off, and he's found a huge amount of time on the track.
Chris Stokes holds 9th on lap 91, still 1.2 seconds behind Joel Lemrick in 8th. Stokes remains 9th, but Joel Lemrick in 8th has now stretched his lead to 1.4 seconds.
Lemrick is holding firm there. He's found just enough pace to keep Stokes at bay and extend that buffer.
Daniel Kocic is in 12th on lap 91, 1.9 seconds behind Adam Tiaz in 11th. Kocic holds 12th, and he's closed the gap to Adam Tiaz in 11th slightly to 1.8 seconds. John Boontakis is in 10th on lap 92, now 4.4 seconds ahead of Adam Tiaz in 11th. John Boontakis has gained a position, now in 9th, and has stretched his lead over Adam Tiaz in 10th to 5.2 seconds. Dominic Fovarg is in 7th on lap 93, now a huge 16.6 seconds ahead of Joel Lemrick in 8th, after his pit stop. James Allen, running in a podium spot in 3rd, has entered the pits on lap 93.
That's a critical stop for him. He'll need a lightning-fast turnaround and a strong-out lap to try and maintain that position with Turbin charging.
Chris Stokes holds 9th on lap 93, 2.1 seconds behind Joel Lemrick in 8th. Stokes holds 9th, with the 2.1 second gap to Joel Lemrick in 8th remaining unchanged. Adam Tiaz is in 12th on lap 93, 0.6 behind Daniel Kocic in 11th. Tiaz holds 12th, but Daniel Kocic in 11th has now stretched his lead to 1.5 seconds. Adam Tiaz, currently in 12th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 93. Maximilian Turbin is in 4th on lap 95, 0.9 behind James Allen in 3rd. Turbin holds 4th, and he's closed the gap to James Allen in 3rd to 0.6. Adam Tiaz, in 14th position, has entered the pits on lap 94. Maximilian Turbin remains in 4th on lap 95, closing to 0.6 behind James Allen in 3rd.
He's really putting the pressure on Allen for that final podium spot. This is going to be a nail-biter of a finish.
Turbin holds 4th, but he's closed the gap to James Allen in 3rd to just a 10th.
He is absolutely hounding Allen now. One small mistake and Turbin will be through for that podium spot. This is incredible.
Adam Tiaz is out of the pits and in 15th on lap 94, just 2/10 behind Niall Gagan in 14th.
He's out on fresh tires, immediately into a battle. He'll be hoping to use that grip advantage to push forward.
Tiaz holds 15th, but Niall Gagan in 14th has just stretched his lead to 3/10. John Boontakis is in 10th on lap 95, 7/10 behind Chris Stokes in 9th. Boontakis holds 10th, but Chris Stokes in 9th has now opened his lead to 9/10.
Stokes is certainly responding well to the pressure. That extra 2/10 could be crucial in keeping Boontakis at bay.
James Allen is in 4th on lap 97, just 2/10 behind Maximilian Turbin in 3rd. Allen holds 4th, but Maximilian Turbin in 3rd has just stretched his lead to 3/10.
Turbin is holding on for dear life there. He knows Allen is right on his tail. Every inch matters now.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 97, 3.4 seconds ahead of Dominic Fovarg in 7th. Jody Fannin is in 2nd on lap 97, now a massive 23.7 seconds ahead of Maximilian Turbin in 3rd.
He's really putting in some incredible pace out there now. That's a huge gap he's opened up against the rest of the field.
Jody Fannin holds 2nd, but the gap to Maximilian Turbin in 3rd has now shrunk dramatically to 6.4 seconds.
That's an incredible recovery from Turbin. He's clearly found some phenomenal pace to close that 23-second gap so quickly.
James Allen is in 4th on lap 98, half a second behind Maximilian Turbin in 3rd. Niall Gagan, running in 15th position, has entered the pits on lap 96. James Allen remains in 4th on lap 98, now 4/10 behind Maximilian Turbin in 3rd.
He's still hounding Turbin for that podium spot. This is a battle that could go right to the wire.
James Allen has made a massive jump to 3rd, now a huge 8.4 seconds clear of Maximilian Turbin, who has dropped to 4th.
Unbelievable. Turbin must have had a major moment or a pit stop. That's a huge shift in the podium battle.
Maximilian Turbin is in 5th on lap 98, 5.3 seconds behind David Constable Barry in 4th. Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 98, now 1.6 seconds ahead of Dominic Fovarg in 7th.
He's had a slower lap, but still maintaining that gap to Fovarg. He'll need to pick up the pace to hold that position.
Rich Snape has gained a position, now in 5th, and has pulled out a 1.3 second lead over Dominic Fovarg in 7th. Maximilian Turbin, running in 7th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 99.
He's had a challenging run lately, and that pit stop suggests he's trying to salvage some track position with fresh tires for the very end.
Jareth Hallam is in 13th on lap 98, half a second behind Greg Sabo in 12th. Hallam holds 13th, but Greg Sabo in 12th has just stretched his lead to 6/10. James Allen, running in 4th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 100. Dominic Fovarg is in 6th on lap 99, just 3/10 behind Rich Snape in 5th. Dominic Fovarg has made the pass into 5th. Rich Snape is right behind him in 6th, absolutely zero separation.
What a move from Fovarg. He closed that tiny gap and made the pass stick. Now he's got to defend straight away.
Dominic Fovarg has dropped back to 6th, with Rich Snape immediately retaking 5th, 0.0 seconds between them. Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 100, just a 10th behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th. That Fovarg-Snape battle is absolutely incredible, trading positions like that.
This is the kind of racing we live for. You make the move, then you have to defend, and the car behind comes right back. It's relentless and exhilarating.
And Turbin's late pit stop, that's really going to impact his final position.
He's had a really up and down race. That last stop will be for a final sprint on fresh tires, trying to salvage as many points as possible. It's a gamble at this late stage.
With just over 10 minutes left, every decision is magnified, and every inch is crucial.
It's all about precision now. No more room for error. The mental fatigue will be immense, but the adrenaline will be pumping.
Jareth Hallam is in 13th on lap 100, 3/10 behind Greg Sabo in 12th.
He's really pushing to get past Sabo. That's a strong fight for position, even this late in the race.
Hallam holds 13th, but he's closed the gap to Greg Sabo in 12th to just 2/10. Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 101, 7/10 behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th.
He's trying to get that position back. Fovarg is holding firm, but Snape isn't giving up.
Snape holds 6th, but Dominic Fovarg in 5th has just stretched his lead to 9/10. Jareth Hallam holds 13th on lap 101, still just 2/10 behind Greg Sabo in 12th.
They are absolutely glued together out there. This fight for 12th is fierce, right to the very end.
Hallam maintains 13th, still just 2/10 behind Greg Sabo in 12th.
Sabo is defending brilliantly. He's not giving Hallam an inch to make that move stick.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 102, 1.3 seconds behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th. Snape holds 6th, and that 1.3 second gap to Dominic Fovarg in 5th remains unchanged.
Fovarg is doing a good job to maintain that buffer. It's enough to keep Snape out of striking distance for now.
Chris Stokes, running in 9th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 102. Jareth Hallam holds 13th on lap 102, 3/10 behind Greg Sabo in 12th.
He's still right there, pushing Sabo. This battle for 12th is absolutely relentless.
Hallam maintains 13th, but he's closed the gap to Greg Sabo in 12th to just a 10th.
He's absolutely hounding Sabo now. One small mistake and Hallam will be through. This is incredible finish to this battle.
Tim Weller is in 17th on lap 101, 6/10 behind Nico Vaughn in 16th. Weller holds 17th, but Nico Vaughn in 16th has stretched his lead to 8/10. Hallam and Sabo are still absolutely locked in that battle, a 10th between them. It's incredible.
It's pure, raw racing. Every corner, every exit is absolutely critical. Neither one is willing to give an inch, and that's fantastic to watch.
Stokes' pit stop, that's a late one. He must be hoping for a real charge in these final minutes.
He'll be on fresh, soft tires if they have them, pushing as hard as possible. It's a gamble for track position, hoping to undercut anyone who stayed out.
With less than 10 minutes remaining, every move, every mistake, is magnified.
Absolutely. This is where champions are made, or races are lost. It's all about precision under immense pressure right to the checkered flag.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 105, 9/10 behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th.
He's still fighting to close that gap. Fovarg is holding firm, but Snape isn't giving up with just minutes left.
Snape holds 6th, but he's closed the gap to Dominic Fovarg in 5th to 6/10.
He's really putting the pressure on Fovarg now. That's a significant gain in such a short space of time. He's not done yet.
Jareth Hallam holds 13th on lap 104, absolutely nose to tail with Greg Sabo in 12th, 0.0 seconds. Jareth Hallam has made the pass for 12th. He's now 1.7 seconds clear of Greg Sabo, who drops to 13th.
He finally got him. That's a great piece of racecraft to make that move stick and then immediately pull out a gap. What a battle that was.
John Boontakis is in 9th on lap 105, 7.8 seconds ahead of Daniel Kosic in 10th. Boontakis holds 9th, stretching his lead over Daniel Kosic in 10th to 8.1 seconds.
He's really consolidating that top 10 spot now. That's a good buffer he's building as we head into the final minutes.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 106, just 4/10 behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th. Daniel Kosic is in 11th on lap 105, now 9.1 seconds ahead of Jareth Hallam in 12th. Daniel Kosic, running in 11th position, has made his way into the pits on lap 106.
That's a very late stop. He must be hoping for a lightning-fast turnaround for a final burst in these last few minutes.
Rich Snape holds 6th on lap 107, 6/10 behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th.
He's still applying that pressure. Fovarg is driving well, but he can't relax with Snape so close.
Snape holds 6th, and he's closed the gap to Dominic Fovarg in 5th to half a second.
He's really putting in a charge now. The pressure is immense on Fovarg as Snape hunts him down.
Greg Sabo is in 14th on lap 106, 3/10 behind Jareth Hallam in 13th, after a very slow last lap.
He's either had a pit stop or a major moment out there. But he's still right in the fight for 13th.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 108, just 3/10 behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th. Snape holds 6th, still 3/10 behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th. Tim Weller is in 17th on lap 106, just 3/10 behind Nico Vaughn in 16th.
He's really pushing for that next spot. 3/10 means he's right there, looking for an opening.
Weller holds 17th, with that 3/10 gap to Nico Vaughn in 16th remaining absolutely stable. Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 109, 6/10 behind Dominic Fovarg in 5th. Snape holds 6th, and he's closed the gap to Dominic Fovarg in 5th to just 3/10. Niall Gagan is in 15th on lap 107, but a huge 29.8 seconds behind Greg Sabo in 14th. John Boontakis is in 10th on lap 109, 2.9 seconds behind Chris Stokes in 9th, after a slower last lap. Boontakis holds 10th, but Chris Stokes in 9th has now opened his lead to 5.8 seconds.
Stokes is really finding his stride now. That's a significant amount of time gained, especially at this late stage of the race.
Rich Snape is in 6th on lap 110, 6/10 ahead of Joel Lemrick in 7th, after a slower lap. Rich Snape has dropped to 7th, just 2/10 behind Joel Lemrick, who has taken 6th.
Lemrick has made the pass stick. That's a great move to gain a position so late in the race. Snape will be disappointed to lose that spot.
Nico Vaughn is in 17th on lap 108, 1 second behind Tim Weller in 16th. Vaughn holds 17th, but Tim Weller in 16th has now stretched his lead to 1.4 seconds.
Weller is definitely finding some pace now, extending that gap as the race nears its conclusion. Good defensive driving.
What a move from Lemrick to take 6th from Snape, right at the death.
That's championship-level racecraft. Finding that millisecond to make the move and then immediately consolidating it. Brilliant timing from Lemrick.
These last few laps are just absolute pure, unadulterated racing.
Every driver is pushing beyond their limits. Fatigue is setting in, but the desire for that extra position, that extra point, is all-consuming. It's exhilarating to watch.
With the checkered flag looming, there's still so much to play for across the field.
Absolutely. No one is giving up. The strategy is almost out the window, it's just raw talent and determination now.
Rich Snape is in 7th on lap 111, 1.2 seconds behind Joel Lemrick in 6th.
Lemrick has really pulled out a buffer after that pass. Snape will have to dig deep to get back on terms.
Snape holds 7th, but he's closed the gap to Joel Lemrick in 6th to 1.1 seconds.
He's finding a bit more pace, perhaps pushing those tires to the absolute limit. He's not giving up on that 6th spot.
Chris Stokes is in 11th on lap 111, 4/10 behind Daniel Kosich in 10th, after a slower lap. Stokes holds 11th, but Daniel Kosich in 10th has stretched his lead to half a second.
Kosich is doing well to hold him off. He's found just enough extra pace to keep Stokes at bay.
Rich Snape holds 7th on lap 112, 1.1 seconds behind Joel Lemrick in 6th. Snape holds 7th, and he's dramatically closed the gap to Joel Lemrick in 6th to half a second.
He's really found some serious pace there. Lemrick is under immense pressure now. This is a battle for the ages.
Chris Stokes holds 11th on lap 112, just 2/10 behind Daniel Kosich in 10th, after a slower lap. Stokes holds 11th, and he's closed the gap to Daniel Kosich in 10th to absolutely 0.0 seconds.
He's absolutely hounding Kosich for that top 10 spot. This is going to be a photo finish for 10th if they keep this up.
Daniel Kosich has dropped to 11th on lap 112, half a second behind Chris Stokes in 10th. Elliot Norton is just 20 seconds from the checkered flag, commanding the race with a 5.2 second lead over Jody Fannin.
He's absolutely flying out there, maintaining incredible focus right to the very end. That's how you close out a race from the front.
Elliot Norton crosses the line. He wins the race, a dominant performance from pole position.
What a superb drive from Norton. Leading from the front and controlling it all the way, that's a truly fantastic victory.
Jody Fannin takes second place, a brilliant climb through the field after starting P8.
An outstanding recovery drive from Fannin. He's really earned that podium, battling hard from his grid spot.
Rich Snape crosses the line in 6th, just ahead of Joel Lemrick, who takes 7th place. And James Allen completes the podium, finishing in 3rd after starting from 7th on the grid. Niall Gagan takes 15th place. David Constable Barry takes a strong 4th position. Dominic Fauvard crosses the line in a fantastic 5th place.
He really battled hard throughout that race, a well-deserved top 5 finish for Fauvard.
Chris Stokes takes 8th, Daniel Košić finishes 9th, and Adam Tia secures 10th.
A strong finish for all 3 of those drivers, fighting hard right to the very end to lock in those top 10 spots.
Jareth Hallam finishes 11th, Maximilian Turbin takes 12th, Greg Sabo finishes 13th, and Tim Weller crosses the line in 16th. John Boontakis finishes 14th, and Nico Vaughn rounds out the field in 17th.
A full field crosses the line today, showing the incredible endurance of both the drivers and these machines.
And Neil Constable Barry completes the race in 18th position.